just for the introduction, but for organizing today's event with all three panels. He's really put together a great combination of people. The dean will be delighted to know that even here you're recruiting new students. That would be music to her ears. So I'm going to take sort of a very old school approach to looking at Chinese politics and begin with the statement that with the recent 20th Party Congress, the reform and opening era is officially over. That everything that we think of in terms of reform and opening, in terms of the political, economic, and societal aspects, have either been reversed or abandoned altogether. Not a result of the Party Congress itself, but these are long-term trends that nevertheless reach the culmination with the Party Congress. In terms of political aspects of the reform and opening era, there had been some thought at not too long ago that the leadership succession, the political appointments had become increasingly institutionalized. A routine process of appointing, rotating leaders made China distinctive among authoritarian countries for having a regular rotation of leaders, that you didn't either replace leaders by having them die or get overthrown in a coup, but the 20th Party Congress showed us that this was simply no longer a reality, that this was a norm that was a very weak norm. It was easily destroyed by Xi Jinping. The smallest surprise of the 20th Party Congress was the fact that Xi got a third term as General Secretary. We knew this back in 2017, especially 2018, when they revised the Constitution about the limits on the president. But nevertheless, this is the final event that proved that this was simply no longer an issue. There had been a norm of serving 2 terms in one position, at which point you had to either retire or rotate into something else. That has been eliminated. Similarly, age limits on top leaders. It had been that once you turn 68, you cannot be reappointed to a position. That again did not hold true here, not just Xi Jinping, but others who were above that age nevertheless made it into the top positions. There had also been a trend of having more of a collective leadership, a balance between different factions that were represented on the Politburo. This proved to be, again, a thing of the past, that there is one faction, it's Xi's faction, completely in charge. Leaders like Li Keqiang and Wang Yang, who were below the old retirement age, were nevertheless not only not reappointed, they were not even members of the new Central Committee, so they will be pushed into retirement. Wang Yang had been speculated to be the likely new prime minister, and now he's got plenty of time on his hands because he really won't have a position going forward. Jiang Zemin wasn't present for the event. Hu Jintao, as many of you know who followed the event, was ushered off stage in a very surprising and somewhat humiliating fashion. For both of them, the explanation was that they were not in good health, which may have been true, but nevertheless it symbolized the fact that the leaders of the past and the factions that they led are no longer relevant in the Chinese political system. Instead, the most notable aspect of the new leadership is all of them have personal ties with Xi, which also undermines another aspect of reform of opening era, that merit more than patronage was important for people's promotion into high-level positions. You had to demonstrate your capability at some point in order to move up to the top positions. You would have thought Li Qiang, who was party secretary in Shanghai, would have been fired for mishandling COVID so terribly this beginning of this year, leading to the lockdown that had devastating impacts across the economy. And yet he got promoted to the #2 position, which just shows that it's his relationship with the general secretary that determined the outcome. There had been an emphasis on trying to create more positions for women, especially at the local level, but also higher up. That is gone. The Politburo got reduced from 25 to 24 members. It occurred that one position that got eliminated was the official women's position. So now there are no women on the Politburo, unlike the trend of many years going backwards. There's also no economic reformers, people who have made a name for themselves as being economic reformers among the top leaders. Several have technological expertise that will be a part of the agenda going forward, but none of them, like Li Keqiang and Wang Yang, had reputations for being successful at devising and implementing political reforms. And lastly, in the political realm, in terms of the rhetoric, the phrase peace and development has been part of every major speech at these types of events going back for decades. As recently as 2017, it was listed as a top priority. It was missing from Xi Jinping's report to the Party Congress. Instead, it focused on security, both international security and its implications for the domestic stability was the primary focus. In terms of economic issues, there will be a separate panel on economic issues later today, but let me note a few ways that the reforming era is no longer relevant in terms of what party policy is and how things that we had often identified with reform and opening have been waning away in recent years. The key aspects of reform and opening included economic liberalization, movement towards markets and less state intervention into the economy. Now there's greater reliance on state-owned enterprises instead of the private sector. Less local innovation is being done. Another key aspect was the expansion of the private sector, probably one of the most notable changes of the post-Mao period. Now, instead, we have a crackdown on private, especially high-tech firms, with a devastating impact on certain key industries, including online tutoring. Red capitalists like Jack Ma and Pony Ma are no longer privileged elites in the country, but themselves, especially Jack Ma, under tremendous scrutiny. Instead of co-opting the private sector, which had been done beginning in the 1990s, the focus now is shifted away from working with the private sector, and instead the new slogan of common prosperity is now being emphasized, and expectations and pressure on these private firms to contribute financially to that cause. The opening part of reform and opening was greater integration with the international economy, with growing trade and FDI ties with the outside world. Reduction, the percentage of trade as part of China's overall GDP has been dropping. So trade itself is no longer a driver, as much of a driver of economic growth as it was before. There's increasingly emphasis on decoupling the Chinese economy from the international economy, especially the US economy, more self-reliance, concern about being too dependent on foreign markets, either for what is being produced or the technology that goes into it. In part, this is out of necessity, with the new American laws on selling chips and technology to China, new requirements for auditing of Chinese firms that list on the New York Stock Exchange, almost require China to the Chinese economic policy to adjust or to accommodate those important differences, and also potentially to reduce China's vulnerability to economic sanctions in the future by being less dependent on foreign markets, foreign technology for its own economy, and a growing pessimism among American and European businessmen and chambers of commerce about the potential for the China market. This is not a news story. It's been going on for years, but nevertheless increasingly apparent, in part because of COVID and how that tended to impact on the economy, but also because of current trends away from the reform and opening policies. In terms of societal aspects, during this period of reform and opening, there had been greater increased mobility of the population, symbolized most importantly by the so-called floating population, of migrant workers moving from the countryside into cities. There's less party intrusion into everyday life. The party wasn't in control of people's major decisions the way it had been in the past. There was an expansion of civil society and a growing number of NGOs operating within China. And in a general sense, a decrease in party control over society and the economy, all of which has changed in recent years. The national security framing of the party's policy towards civil society, especially NGOs, has had a chilling effect, especially on international NGOs that now have to register with the Public Security Bureau, where before they didn't have to register at all to operate in China. There's been an increased emphasis on building party cells in both private firms and NGOs. Exactly what they do is not clear, but indicates the party's desire to have greater scrutiny over what's taking place in these areas. The high-tech surveillance that was currently particularly prominent during the period of COVID, that had really been rolled out earlier in Xinjiang, is now becoming a regular part of everyday life, with QR codes being required to get onto buses, to get into buildings, get into classrooms, monitoring of people's social media practices, in different ways, being able to track people in real time. The party's always had an ambition to have that kind of monitoring, but now it's got the technological ability that it had never had before. There's no longer a tolerance for the informal arrangements that allowed unregistered NGOs to operate and even cooperate with local officials. There's an emphasis on syncretizing religion, making sure that every religion has distinctive Chinese characteristics and not the so-called foreign characteristics that the party does not like. Even officially registered churches and mosques are now under greater scrutiny and even demolition. So in these different ways, the hallmarks of reform and opening have all been thoroughly undone. Now, this is not a complete return to the Maoist period. Xi is often described as the most powerful leader since Chairman Mao, but the things that we associate with the Maoist period are unlikely to come back. So central planning, as much as state intervention is prominent in the economy, we're unlikely to see a return to complete central planning. The class struggle policies and campaigns of the Maoist period also are unlikely to reemerge. There's an increased use of repression in the party's relationship with society, but not the random and arbitrary attacks against alleged class enemies. So if the reform and opening era is over, what do we call the new era? The Xi Jinping era sounds too obvious and too bland, but I have no doubt that he would love to have it called that, since he likes to have all the focus be on him. The 20th Party Congress made it absolutely clear that this is now 100% Xi's party and his show. This may be a total victory for him in terms of his complete consolidation of power and the centralization of power under his control, but it's likely to be bad for the party and for the country as a whole in the years ahead. So with that, I'll stop and let Isa come up next.
Thanks everyone for being here. Really excited to talk with you all. I'm especially grateful to my in-laws, Mark and Lori Brown, for being here to listen to me. So please make me look good and save all the hard questions for Bruce and Isa in the Q&A. So I'm going to be talking about the 20th Party Congress and science and technology policy in China. And I want to start with the present, what happened at the Congress, what's happening now with US policies on China, especially as it relates to technological rivalry. Then I'm going to be talking about the past and sort of the historical roots of some of these policies. And finally, I'll conclude with some thoughts about the future and where we're headed as it relates to China's investments in emerging technologies. So first, the growing centrality of science and technology to China's policy agenda is pretty evident. Bruce mentioned in his talk some statistics about the composition of the Politburo, the key decision-making body in China. 6 out of 24 of the members now have a science background. If you flash back 5 years to the previous Politburo composition, only 1 member had this type of background in science and technology. You can also look at evidence for the use of certain terms in the work report that was submitted by Xi Jinping to the Party Congress. So the specific phrase self-reliance and strength in science and technology was uttered 5 times in that work report. The phrase science and technology was mentioned 44 times. And again, compare that to the work report from 5 years ago, those numbers are like 15 times, 16 times, 10 years ago in the other iterations of the work report. So we see the growing centrality of science and technology on the policy agenda. And part of this is in reaction to, or at least has to be put into context with what the US is doing in terms of the actions to try to slow down China's technological development or prevent exports of certain technologies to Chinese military end users or Chinese actors involved in human rights abuses. And so the specific restrictions that happened recently in October were restrictions on high-end semiconductors and also the manufacturing equipment used to make those semiconductors, as well as some restrictions on know-how and the ability of US engineers to work for Chinese companies in those fields. So let me just give an example of one of those chips. I'll kind of use the field of AI as a running example through my remarks because that's what I focus on in my research. So one of these chips is made by a company called NVIDIA, US-based company, A100 chip. These are chips that are used to train AI models. So for example, if people have heard of GPT-3, which is one of the most important AI advances in the last couple of years, basically think of it as something, an autocomplete tool. You give it a prompt and it's able to finish the novel for you by itself to generate human-like text. That model is trained on chips like NVIDIA A100s. And that's because sort of new advances in AI based on deep learning are very compute hungry. So they rely on huge amounts of data and huge amounts of computing power to achieve higher and higher levels of performance where we get amazing breakthroughs like GPT-3. One of the driving forces behind the US restrictions was that some of these technologies, some of these AI technologies have dual use purposes, right? So they can be used to generate poetry, but those same that same class of techniques might also be used to power computer visions for military drones. And so that is one of the driving forces behind US restrictions, fueling sort of China's push for more self-reliance on science and technology so that they can get access to these advanced chips from Chinese companies. Or from non-US companies and be more resilient to some of these supply chain disruptions and cutoffs. And I think China's response or China's recent policies do signal sort of a turn to more of a national-led versus market-led system, some of the dynamics that Bruce was talking about in his earlier remarks. And I see this, at least in the AI domain, not necessarily about more reliance on state-owned enterprises, but more about domestically funded enterprises or purely domestically funded enterprises. So let me give a quick example from the AI realm again. You have 4 facial recognition giants, 4 main companies: SenseTime, E2, Megvii, and CloudWalk. SenseTime was the most valuable AI startup in the world at one point, recently went public. They do facial recognition and computer vision. But what's interesting is CloudWalk, one of those 4, is different from the other 3, in that they're closer to a purely domestically funded enterprise. So their funding comes from state-backed venture funds. They get a lot of subsidies from the state. Their founders, the individuals in leadership, are more tied to the Chinese state and the Chinese party. Compare that with some of these other companies like SenseTime, which has a lot of international investors. and is less in that purely domestically funded enterprise. So I think this trend would be, in China's case, for sensitive applications of computer vision or facial recognition, say to do identity authentication in government systems or facial recognition for surveillance purposes, maybe there will be more favoritism to companies that are more in the purely domestically funded mode. That would be sort of how we would see some of these trends in practice. So let me go back to the past and say this emphasis on self-reliance, indigenous innovation is not necessarily new. You can date it as far back to the 2006 Medium Long-Term Plan on Science and Technology Development, the MLP, which stressed indigenous innovation. You can also trace it back to the Strategic Emerging Industries Initiative of 2010 that targeted seven or eight sectors for investment. And you can also look at the plan that's made a lot of headlines in DC circles, Made in China 2025, which was published in 2015. And Made in China 2025 set out clear self-reliance targets in a variety of fields, one of which was semiconductors. So the target was 40% self-sufficiency, 40% domestic sourcing of chips by 2020, and then 70% by 2025. So we've seen this theme of self-reliance before. I think we're seeing it intensified in the present, but it's important to recognize that there are antecedents. And we've also seen US actions to try to restrict advanced technologies to China, including in the field of AI and semiconductors with the entity list back in 2018 that restricted supplies of semiconductors to companies involved in human rights abuses in Xinjiang. So the one kind of distillation from the past I want to bring out is, can we see some of these past efforts? Can we review some of these past efforts and see how successful China was in terms of achieving self-reliance in semiconductors specifically, using those benchmarks that I just outlined in the Made in China plan? And after Made in China, after Made in China is published, China sets up an integrated circuit industry investment fund. So that's a $200 billion fund that is targeted towards semiconductors, known as the Big Fund, in 2014, and it gets a new injection of capital in 2019. And this massive push to develop self-reliance in chips does make some progress, but they certainly do not meet those benchmarks that I set out. So one estimate for 2020 says that China sourced only 16% of its chips domestically. And remember that the target for that year was 40%. And the target is 70% for 2025, and I think China's still a long way away from that target. And that 16% number goes even lower if you exclude foreign companies with facilities in China. So key semiconductor manufacturing companies like TSMC, Samsung, SK Hynix, they all have plants in China, and those chips being made are counted in that 16% number. It will go down to 6% if you excluded the output from those plants. Let me conclude with 4 sort of sweeping thoughts about the future. One is, in sort of the global technological landscape of today, no one can go it alone. So when you talk about self-reliance, it will never be complete self-reliance, and always going to be a question of to what degree self-reliance looks like and how it's being shaped. So one example is, if there was any country that could go it alone in semiconductors, it would be the US. But even the US is dependent on other countries for the fabrication of semiconductors, for the manufacturing of semiconductor chips. So the NVIDIA A100s that I talked about in the opening example, those are made by Taiwanese companies, and US and Taiwan are strategically interdependent in that field. The second is, I think sort of the other piece of evidence on this sort of no one can go it alone field is, I think that the US and Chinese technological environments will remain will still remain coupled in a lot of different ways. And I think right now the narrative is all about decoupling, and I think that's an important trend to think about and to discuss. But we shouldn't neglect the fact that the U.S. and China, in terms of science and technology, still have a very intermingled relationship. If you looked at co-authorship between researchers at different institutions, publication patterns, strategic alliances between companies in terms of technical standard setting, all of those, I think they happen behind the scenes. They're not going to catch all the headlines in terms of the front page of the Wall Street Journal, but ordinary scientists, ordinary bureaucrats, ordinary engineers, I think, will still work across borders in terms of maintaining those interdependent connections. One example in the AI field is a lab called Microsoft Research Asia, based in Beijing, but it's Microsoft's second leading research lab, second only to headquarters in Redmond, Washington. And some of the main AI advances are coming out of this lab. It's training the next generation of Chinese AI talent, but it's also helping the US's AI ecosystem, because many of the Microsoft Research Asia interns and scholars are then coming to the US to work in leading technology firms' labs and study for graduate degree programs. The second is that the enforcement of these chip bans will be very much dependent on actors outside of US and China, including allied countries like leading semiconductor manufacturing equipment and component companies headquartered in Germany, Italy, South Korea, Japan, and the Netherlands. So I think for some of these countries, their concerns about technology leakage and the need for export controls to prevent advanced technologies from being used by the Chinese military, those concerns might be less muted, would be more muted for those other countries. And the open question is, to what extent will those other countries follow the US's lead on some of these export restrictions? Third, I think in terms of the future, China, and I think Isa talked about this when she talked about competing priorities, there will be these competing priorities between self-sufficiency and feeling of more security from supply cutoffs, and just purely optimizing for productivity growth and development. So let me just give an example, again, from the AI domain. We hear a lot about China implementing AI at scale to surveil their population. Well, that might be good for security and maintaining social stability. It's not necessarily something that screams productivity growth. Precisely monitoring your population in a more fine-grained manner doesn't necessarily produce the productivity spillovers that we associate with enabling fundamental technologies like AI, right? People talk about AI as the new electricity. Well, the reason why electricity was so important is because it led to a wave of productivity growth in the late 19th century. So I think there will be some trade-offs in terms of, if you do want to go it alone, you might not be able to run that fast in terms of inspiring productivity growth, and some dependency, some openness to international collaborations might be necessary to sustain productivity growth, and the self-reliance push might detract from that. Lastly, I'll just say that technological futures are uncertain. I'm very wary of people who will take things like this new export ban or any new Chinese technology policy and predict what will happen decades and decades down the line. Let me just, in terms of the current paradigm of AI that we're talking about, deep learning, that was incubated less than 10 years ago. So the specific policy that I'm talking about with respect to high-end chips like NVIDIA A100s, that only works today because the field has shifted to deep learning that is very compute hungry and compute intensive. Who's to say that in the next 10 years, the AI field will not shift in a different direction that is less compute hungry, less data intensive, and there will be a whole different set of chips that then will be most relevant for AI development. So I want to use that as just a kind of a reminder to myself that when we think about naming this new era, I think maybe it should be called the era of TBD, still to be determined, in terms of we should be just as humble as it relates to China's road ahead and the direction it will take, as we are when we think about how technology can change and how uncertain those technological trajectories are. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion, and thanks for listening to me.
Okay, I'm going to allow questions from the audience in just a minute. But let me first use my job or my privilege as a panel moderator to just, I actually am not going to take a lot of time because I do see, fortunately, a large audience and I want to have time for questions. But I want to raise up one small point and then ask one question that's sort of addressed to all three of the panelists. First, I'm a historian and I put myself on a panel with all political scientists, but I certainly find interesting some of the historical resonance of what the panelists spoke about. For instance, Isa spoke about this idea of modernization with Chinese characteristics. And I would just point out that this idea of modernization through in a distinctively Eastern or Asian manner, and somehow infusing modernization with, different kinds of traditional Eastern or Asian ideas has actually existed for a pretty long time. And it's something that we've seen not only in China, but also Korea and other parts of Asia. The same thing with Jeff's presentation when he spoke about self-reliance. This is another term that it's been a part of China's political vocabulary, at least back to the Maoist era and maybe before, this idea of zili gengsheng, right? But I guess the larger question that I wanted to ask of the panelists is, when is there resistance? And what form will this resistance take if it ever comes? And I think in Bruce's presentation, Bruce, you sort of summarized developments at the Congress and painted a portrait of an increasingly repressive state. And this repression, of course, goes across a wide variety of different sectors. Similarly, in Isa's presentation, she talked about how the government was pushing a low carbon lifestyle, but there's also this big question, will the people accept this if it means slower economic growth? And if they don't accept it, again, will they resist it, and how will they resist it? And finally, I think Jeff's presentation, he talked about how the current course of Chinese policy seems to be forcing some difficult changes in technology policy. And here too, these changes may be difficult for some because they involve trade-offs, and in particular, trade-offs that can hurt productivity. So again, the broad thing I'm wondering about is, yes, Xi Jinping has given himself and the party an unprecedented degree of power, at least in comparison to the last 20 or 30 years. But will they eventually encounter resistance to these different aspects of their agendas? So I'll ask our panelists, to answer. You can either answer in the order that you presented, or whoever wants to take a stab at it, go ahead.
I'll give it a start at least. I think one of the challenges to answering your question is the inability for doing field research in China to really find out what people are thinking and what the trends are. We can sort of monitor social media, but we know from the US and other countries, social media is not a good barometer on public opinion. It's often the most extreme voices, not the most representative ones. There's been a lot of speculation, a lot of coverage in the media about public attitudes and how it's changing regarding the party's handling of COVID and the zero COVID strategy. But it's been an up and down, as Isa mentioned. Public opinion is very malleable and very transitory. Back in 2020, when it first broke out, COVID first broke out, there was a notion that the party had mishandled it so bad, that's why the virus spread the way it did. And yet when it spread to other countries and people in China were able to see how poorly Western governments were handling it, public opinion seemed to shift in favor of the approach of the CCP. This year with the crackdowns in Shanghai and elsewhere, again, the opinion seemed to shift to be more resistant to the party's policy. So I think the party has always been aware that some of its policies can prove to be unpopular, and it's usually been fairly nimble at adjusting its policies to preempt or respond in an indirect way to shifts in public opinion, but always, as Itza mentioned, trying to maintain the framing the narrative in ways that benefit the party, but sort of indirectly trying to address public concerns so they don't snowball into something that poses a threat to the party.
Thank you for the question. I'm also going to answer the question on when we'll see resistance, and I think my answer is it depends on what kind of resistance. If we're talking about the everyday resistance, or if we're talking about large-scale revolutionary resistance, and I think those come from different sources, at least based on my understanding of the social science literature. So when we talk about, think about the history of revolutions or revolutionary movements, and when are we most likely to see them? And there are kind of 4 or 5 different explanations, and I think the 2 most prominent ones, and one is relative deprivation, right? So when your life is starting to get worse and worse, and when you are today compared to you were a year ago, 5 years ago, is significantly worse, and we're likely to see people being upset, and therefore they're going to resist. But if we're thinking about what happened in these historical episodes, and I think the more convincing theory and the counterintuitive theory is not that we're likely to see these, especially the large-scale resistance, when things are bad, but we're more likely to see that when things start to liberalize. So this is the case with the 1980s. This is the case, and I think in a lot of the historical episodes, and obviously before the 1911 revolution as well, it was during actually a period of reform in the late Qing, by the late Qing court. And then if we think about, the easiest case to prove the theory of deprivation or relative deprivation wrong is to look at North Korea, how bad things are, but do we see the kind of large-scale resistance that we might expect? We don't, right? So I think if the lesson from history is that we're likely to see a lot of the everyday resistance as we're seeing right now, as things get worse, as repression increases and as the economy deteriorates, but the large-scale, the more revolutionary movements won't happen unless the state actually liberalizes restrictions on association and speech and so on and so forth. And then I think the other thing that's different now from the before times is precisely the technology of repression. So resistance is going to be increasingly unobservable, even the everyday resistance by individual citizens, if repression technology can actually prevent things from being posted in the first place, or if it could prevent citizens from seeing others' comments and others they might agree with, and you kind of reduce the social impact of the growth in resistance. So I think that's a really, really interesting phenomenon that will be quintessential in shaping. It might mean that we're simply not going to see the kind of resistance that we might expect to see, or it could be it's basically a competition or between people and technology at this point.
Yeah, I agree with all those points. I'll just add one example of resistance in the technology domain from the perspective of pushback from Chinese tech companies. Think back to 2018, China implements a draft cybersecurity law. Basically, that law proposes a very strict data localization policy. So you have to store data on Chinese citizens within China itself, have to keep all that data contained within the country, very concerned about data leakage. And, the concern with that is potentially some other government getting access to sensitive data and maybe using it to blackmail specific high profile Chinese decision makers. So anyways, data localization initiatives. Actually, one of the points of pushback comes from companies like Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent, where they all have global research labs. They want to compete in the global market, so they want free cross-border data flows. They want to be able to transfer their data from their center in Zhejiang to their research lab in Israel. So you saw some of that pushback there. I think another interesting point, Lauren Lasky and Elsa Kanya, they've written about this in the context of China's civil military fusion initiatives. Some of these more globally positioned big tech companies might actually want to disassociate themselves from these civil military fusion initiatives because they want to, again, maintain their reputation to compete globally and kind of avoid some of these export restrictions. So I think that's an interesting point of resistance to watch for the future.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you again for those outstanding presentations. I'm going to now call on people in the audience for questions. And when I just want to say, when you ask a question, please do two things. Number one, introduce yourself. Actually do three things. Number two, wait for the microphone because our staff will be giving microphones to people who have questions. And number three, if you are addressing your question to any specific person on the panel, please feel free to do that as well. So I see a gentleman here in front.
Thank you. My name is Doran Lee, first year PhD student at SAIS. So my question is directly at Professor Jeff Ding on the technological front of that. My question is, you talk about this self-reliance in China, you trace back to 2006. I've been looking at that and thinking about this self-reliance mobilization on national security reasoning. I've been looking at the third front constructions during the 1960s, which resulted in towns like Panzhihua that its own identity is a zombie firm, and caused long-lasting economic cost. So my question to you is, do you see today this self-reliance mobilization will have long-term negative economic costs in China? Maybe we have seen some of them in terms of corruption. You mentioned the big investment fund and when we see the corruption in that, but do you see other long-term negative effect in efficiency, innovation, other things? Thank you so much.
Do we want to take multiple or just answer?
Yes, let's do one by one.
One by one, okay. Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's really important to note that there is a long history to self-reliance. So I'm not familiar with the specific 1960s case you're talking about, but Evan Feigenbaum has a book about like the history of self-reliance that goes back to like strategic weapons and more military focused conceptions of self-reliance. I think the 2006 data is a nice breakpoint where that focus shifts dramatically from military specific self-reliance in terms of the technology domain to a more broader industrial focus in the civilian realm. Yeah, and I think, I do think there are going to be some negative consequences. So you mentioned corruption with the big fund. There have been some very high profile examples of those funds being misused and investigative reporters going to like empty lots. Yeah, so I think there's some corruption. From an economic perspective, more government intervention might result in some inefficiencies or redundancies of investment. I think from China's perspective, though, is if this chip ban becomes enforceable and continues to have teeth, they really might not have any other option than to build their own chips. So it's almost like, sure, there's going to be some inefficiencies, but the alternative is even more devastating. So it's almost, that is one of the incentives towards continuing to push forward, but it's a great question.
Hi, Randy Lieberman. Thank you for your presentation. My question is mainly to Jeff Ding, but anyone can answer. The Cold War was a long and expensive proposition on both sides. And if somehow we had the ability to shorten this war that we're in now with China, let's call it the happy face war. If there's maybe 3 pressure points that can be applied by the US, its friends, allies, call it the West, on China, what would those 3 pressure points be to change engagement?
Okay. Did you listen to my guidance before my presentation? So I think number one, I think we should question whether new Cold War is a good framing for the type of competition we find ourselves in with China at the moment. I think there's useful things to take away from that analogy in terms of differences in ideology and how that affects the 2 fundamentally different regimes. And so you have 2 great powers with different ideologies. And I think that is one parallel from the Cold War. I think there's huge differences in terms of how interconnected the US and Chinese science and technology ecosystems are compared to the Soviet Union and the US. I used to be more gung-ho about like pushing back against the Cold War analogy. I think my main hot take right now is that we should just use a diversity of analogies. I think the Cold War analogy has taken too much hold in terms of policymakers' mind. I think US-Japan competition in the 1980s is a potentially useful analogy where everybody thought Japan was going to be #1 in technology, and we find out decades later that those concerns were overhyped. I think there's a similar overinflation of China's technological capabilities happening now. In terms of pressure points, I think the October actions used one of those pressure points, which was semiconductor manufacturing equipment and chips. It's difficult to think of 2 others that would be any kind of as impactful because the supply chain in that technology domain is so concentrated in just a few countries. And it's difficult to find that in other areas. Even in other areas, for example, China used rare earth elements. China used its control over rare earth elements to try to exert this pressure point. But US and other countries like Japan were able to diversify their sources of rare earth elements pretty quickly. It's hard to do that in the short term with respect to this particular technology domain. So that's a starting point response, but nowhere near not a comprehensive response, but that's my initial thoughts.
Okay, other questions from the audience? Dao.
Hey, my name is Dawn and study Asian study. I have 2 questions. First one is to as a Dean professor. So you mentioned that being a smart policy is to actively listen to public opinion. But I wonder when, I guess this is more so based on the scenario, but when the CCP would pivot, when is the scenario that CCP would pivot public opinion rather than engineering or public opinion? And because like you, as you mentioned, it does sound like a smart policy from their perspective. I don't know if my question makes sense. Okay. And my question to Professor Jeff Ding is that you said to look the trend in the past, like how China succeeded each benchmark target. I just want to leverage more. What is the benchmark target? Like, is it just them put target too high, or it just never able to accomplish? And then I think that's the only measure to actually imply how China succeeded over the past. I wonder if there are any other measures to show. And one last thing is how actually try to reflect on that. Do they actually adjust their measures? Like, and in general, what does that imply? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Dao. I think perhaps smart wasn't the most accurate word. I think there are 2 types of smarts. There is the benevolent smart, and then there's the Machiavellian smart. I was more talking about the second type. I think well, the CCP is both. And what I was saying is that if they were Machiavellian, which I think they certainly don't lack the skill for that, they would engineer public opinion and then use propaganda, which we see everywhere in China on low carbon lifestyle, climate change, and so on and so forth, as a way to explain away economic slowdown. So that was the point. But my question is, I don't know if the population will take it. I don't know if the population would agree that the economy could be sacrificed and their livelihoods could be sacrificed. So I did a survey in 2015 for my book, and I asked people if economic development and environmental protection were to come into conflict, which one would you choose? And then back then, in a period when I think the economy was a lot better, 80%, 79% of the urban respondents said that they would choose environmental protection over economic development. But I think that's only when you could afford to choose that. If I were to do the same survey again, which I'd love to, I think we'll see a very, very different result.
Yeah, I think this is a great question, and it's sort of something I want to research more, because as I was prepping for this talk, I was trying to find what were the benchmarks in the Made in China 2025 plan. Has anyone looked at whether China met those benchmarks? How would you even measure these things? The statistic I gave in terms of 16% of China's chips are sourced outside of China, that's like and I compared that to they were trying to get to 40%. I think if you go back and look at the Made in China plan, it's not clear how they're measuring self-reliance. I think one of the measures is like, what's the proportion of domestic research that is being conducted versus reliance on foreign R&D. So that's a different measure of self-reliance. Even with the domestic sourcing, sometimes you'll see, like in the supercomputing field, China will say, this is all, we're self-reliant in terms of building these huge supercomputers. But then if you drill down deep into the subcomponents and even if you keep going down the supply chain to more detail, some of these subcomponents will be coming from other countries. And it's almost like, can you ever have like a completely 100% independent product in today's day and age? It's hard to fathom, and that also makes it hard to measure. So I think there should be more efforts to try to measure what we even mean by self-reliance in this area.
Yes.
Sunil Sharma. I'm at the Institute for International Economic Policy as a visiting scholar. You've used a word like resistance by people, by firms. I'm just trying to understand the mechanics of resistance. What exactly does it mean? When I think of the Chinese state and I think of the so-called private sector in China, I think of really as a non-public sector rather than a true private sector in the sense that we understand it in the US, right? I mean, in the US, if firms or banks or any sector doesn't like a government policy, they react by lobbying Congress, they react by public campaigns, they react in a variety of ways. The question is, how does this happen in China? When you say that the tech firms resist data localization, or people resist something, some state policy, can you just fill that out a little bit more in terms of trying to understand the power structures and to what extent that space and how it works?
Okay, does anybody want to take a shot at that? I think I got you into trouble with my first question. I didn't mean, but I was being deliberately vague and said, it can take on a lot of different forms, whether it's sort of everyday local resistance, things that people do, or, broader things that companies do that, even local governments do, right? So I was being deliberately vague about it, but hopefully the panelists will have more specific ideas than me.
I mean, So, so the question about, I really like the question of like the meaning of resistance. It's very actually, you know, as a social scientist, we like to think about those questions, and I would raise your question and ask a slightly different version, which is, why do we care about resistance? Why do we ask, where is resistance coming? In what form will it take, and so on and so forth? And I think, to be honest, a lot of people care about this and ask about this because they would like to see it, especially for social scientists based in the United States, right? So we study authoritarian politics, and we ask about resistance in part because, you know, consciously or subconsciously, there is still a desire to see the end of authoritarian regimes and to see the end of authoritarian regimes through the mechanism of bottom-up popular mobilization and resistance. And I think, you know, in this regard, I think many people, when they think about this question, you know, they might give more credit to the large-scale protests. And you see this really interesting thing in our public discourse, right? Like we say, you know, people are not going to work, or people are, you know, posting, circumventing censorship with using a slightly different version of the same word and things like that. But oftentimes when you see a follow-up to this is somebody else would say, well, but that's not going to work, you know, so what's the point of this? You're not going to overthrow the regime, right? And my question is, you know, is our question, you know, at the end of the day, what will actually end the CCP, or can we find a way to care also about either intellectually or normatively about other types of smaller and bigger resistance?
I'll give a crack at the issue of how firms resist. We have this notion that often firms as well as individuals have few options for pushing back against the party and the state. And in fact, especially for it, I'm already second guessing myself as I get into this, but in the not too distant past, private firms had avenues for interacting with local officials to try and bend, shape the implementation of policy. You couldn't really change the policy, but they could change how it was implemented so that it wouldn't impinge on them too much. When local entrepreneurs are members of the local People's Congress, the local legislatures, it gives them an avenue to talk to government officials on a regular basis that other businessmen don't have. That's often a key way of promoting their interest and trying to get local governments at least to be more accommodating to them. I think for the big actors like Alibaba, that may not work so well anymore because there's so much under the microscope because of things that Jack Ma has done and some of their microfinance things that the party doesn't like too much. But I think that there's a fair amount of informal lobbying that is done locally that's designed to shape how policy is implemented, even if it doesn't really directly push back against the central policymakers.
Okay. Let's yes, this gentleman here, he actually had his hand up, and yeah.
Hi, my name is Anupam Khanna, ex-World Bank, many years in China, including setting up the office in the 80s and then again in the 90s, working on China. I see a big difference in the panel. Professor Dixon sort of saw grave discontinuity and sort of anchored in this 20th Party Congress and Xi Jinping, maybe, since he's come. Other two, Professors Ding, have basically seen a continuity over the period. You tried it, what has been happening is nothing new. I subscribe to that view that I don't think there's a lot of continuity, and I think we may be misreading some of them. For example, three things that were mentioned. Professor Dixon said that it's the era of reform and opening up is over. I see no reason, indication actually. Yes, it's the reform that didn't suit the Americans and the West that's over. But from a Chinese people's point of view, Let's take private sector. I won't talk about repression, continuity, repression, because that becomes too emotional a subject. But let's take two areas which you specifically mentioned, opening up in private sector development and corruption. Both of these serious American scholars like Professor Zhang Taishe in Berkeley and another person who's worked on corruption have actually said that what is being touted as Xi's sort of mindset is actually exactly, is not correct how it's portrayed, and is exactly what the world would, any reasonable person would be wanting. Private sector actually has done very well once you go beyond the top, the big five. And he's got statistics on that. His paper is about to come out. Similarly, on corruption, people have said, she has been talking about corruption as a political end, but they have pointed out that actually that's a very small proportion. It's a very widespread, and most Chinese, the reason Xi's popularity, just like Modi and elsewhere, is that people believe that that thing has worked. So I'm just seeing, why are we demonizing Xi all the time?
I guess I'm not trying to demonize it. And in fact, what I was talking about were trends that go back for many years, really back to around the time of the international financial crisis of 2008 or so. A shift in the priorities of the party and its key leaders. The anti-corruption campaign was certainly a big target, big focus for Xi in his first term as general secretary. Research that I've done with a colleague have shown that, in fact, the areas that have had the most numbers of corruption cases by local officials, in fact, the popularity of the party went down in those places. So there's a recognition that people knew there was a lot of corruption, but when it was actually exposed how much there was, it was still a shock to them, and it made them second guess their attitudes towards the party. There have been plenty of reports of private entrepreneurs trying to shift their savings and their families out of China because they've lost confidence in the future of trends. It's always a difficult trying to separate signals from the noise, because there's lots of things going on, not all of which are part of a trend. But in terms of reforms going forward, I don't see much emphasis on the kind of liberalization and support for the private sector that there was in the past. It's very much emphasis on state-run enterprises and state leadership over the economy. Less confidence in market forces because the party can't control the market, and the party doesn't like things it doesn't control. So I don't think this is a turning point. I think there's a long-term trends, but I think it's still notable that some of the optimism that was there within China and also among outside observers has been in decline. Maybe it's overly pessimistic, but nevertheless, I think the optimism that reform is going to reemerge, that growth will reemerge, that the Chinese market will open to foreign companies. I just don't see any evidence of that.
Just very quickly, I think this argument that there's been continuity, I think it's always the case, and people have made this argument even from the Maoist era into the reform era. So my advisor wrote this book called Mao's Invisible Hand, and arguing even in the reform era, we see a lot of continuities from the Maoist era, especially in terms of things like campaign style governance. But I would like to say is, perhaps there's a lot of policy continuities, as there is, but there's certainly a rhetorical shift. So in other words, Xi himself would like to say that we're in a new era, even though we can look at the policies and argue over whether we are in a new era or not. So I went to the party's museum in Shanghai last summer, and what you see is that, if you see the pictures of the various leaders, right, already you have Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao, Deng Xiaoping in this era, it was Mao, and then you have the reform era, and then there's new era. So Xi has his own section in that museum, even a year before, I would say perhaps even earlier, right? So he himself would like to see that. But then you're right by saying, to say that, well, if he does it well, he gets the credit, but the problem is that if he doesn't do it well, then he takes all the blame. So he might be demonizing himself by making this clear break from rhetorically from the reform era. If things don't go well.
Okay, the young woman in the pink sweatshirt.
Hi, Professor. I'm Leslie from second year student from Asian Studies at LA. So my first question is for Professor Dixon. So like it's basically as Xi Jinping achieved that sort of supreme position in China's government, do you think Xi Jinping would like to pursue some sort of political performance to prove himself, or like do you think it is too supreme? It is so supreme for him so that he doesn't have to do anything but like stay in that position. If it is like the first case, like do you think what sort of political goals he would have like to like in the next 5 years or like next 10-year term? Thank you. Like that is the first one. And yeah, and sorry. And the second one is kind of like for all professors here. So the Chinese government, how do you think the Chinese government would tackle the like basically very bad political opinion in China right now, since like so many people echo the protest in Beijing right before the conference? And do you think how the Chinese government will tackle this sort of dissent, and how will it like deal with the backfire of its censorship and propaganda? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you so much.
I think I'll leave the foreign policy side to Bob Sutter and other people for the next panel, because there may be things that he wants to do to establish a legacy in the foreign policy side. In terms of domestic policy, I think common prosperity is going to be the key focal point. It's still going through one of the things that Itza mentioned about countries in the past is they experiment with policies locally to see what works before rolling it out on a nationwide stage. And so it's now being experimented with in Zhejiang, and it's not clear what they've tried, what's going to work. But I think this has now become such a focal point over the last 2 years that she has mentioned it so much. And the idea of common prosperity resonates with traditional beliefs about what the role of the state should be, and addressing the issue of rising inequality goes back to Hu Jintao and even other thinkers before Hu came into office. But I think that she has taken it from sort of a one among many issues and is making it a real focal point for his domestic policies going forward.
Okay. Go ahead, Bob.
Just a question that will Bob Sutter with the LA School. A question for all of you, because you're in different universities, and given Jeffrey Bing's emphasis on these communities among researchers, that they're all over the world, and Chinese are communicating with Americans and back and forth and in advancing high technology. This is the background to the United States government now coming up with, a couple of $100 billion of research money that's going to go into innovation. And the National Security Advisor says we want to have these areas of sensitivity and we want to have high fences around them. Well, a lot of these people are in universities, and the university, I guess, would have to enforce this, right? To restrict the access of Chinese authorities to this information, that the information would be otherwise shared in this collaborative way, and the Chinese authorities would find out about it. And so, do you think the universities are up to this? Is this going to get them to do it? How are they going to do this? Because, and the counterpoint that I've heard is that the government will say, if you don't do this, then you will get no government grants. And the university then will be very careful in doing that. But I don't think that's far away, is what I'm getting at, given the amount of money that's being spent on innovation in the United States at this point. The idea of maintaining these types of communities, I think, is going to be very challenged in that situation. And even the universities, the provost will be the J. Edgar Hoover of this kind of. I just wonder how that can work.
I think somewhat of a rhetorical question, because we don't have a good answer for it at this point. There had been an effort during the Trump administration to do just this, with the Department of Justice targeting and bringing to trial Chinese and Chinese American researchers around the country, and it just proved to be hugely embarrassing because it was often an innuendo and financial reports, but not actually sharing information of any kind. And so it's largely been, in that sense of bad, there've been more recent cases about, espionage by different actors. But in terms of academic research, asking universities to limit who can do what kind of research on their campuses goes against so much of the tradition of academic freedom. It's hard to know how you can, on the one hand, preserve that and say you're taking a rigorous effort at preventing the sharing of new technological scientific findings with the Chinese government. Since so many of these programs attract both young scholars from China as well as Asian American students as well. So I'd imagine universities want nothing to do with this because it quickly shades over into racism, that anything involving Chinese scholars is inherently suspect. And I just think that's just going to be a non-starter. Even though the concerns may be well-grounded, but actually getting cases of it and enforcing it is going to be hugely problematic.
Okay, we're running a little bit low on.
Let me just add one quick note on that. I think the key thing when you mentioned the high fences policy, there were two words before that policy, which was small yard. So it's a small yard high fence. At least I think the current administration's approach is the focus on semiconductor manufacturing equipment. The reason why that's different is the US has more leverage to say that's a choke point. When you're looking at the entire global research community, yes, the US has the best research universities, but Europe has some pretty good ones as well. Germany, Japan, South Korea. So if the US cuts off access to Chinese researchers from getting access to US universities, there's so many other alternatives that the US might be shooting itself in the foot. That same effect is mitigated in the examples I gave with semiconductor manufacturing equipment. And so semiconductor manufacturing equipment might fall in that small yard. Research universities might be outside of that yard.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for cutting you off, Jeff, but we are running a little low on time. So what I want to do is if we could maybe get two more questions, just one after the other, and then answers. First, this gentleman in the blue shirt, and this young woman in the back.
My name is Ethan. I'm a master's in public policy student, and I wanted to address something that Professor Xi Jinping brought up about an engineered social narrative. And I'll try to make this brief, but I wonder, with so much more influence in the Politburo from science and technology, and also with Chen's addition from environment, that when they have conflicting opinions that might go against Xi, that, for example, might not work with the current economic situation, then do you believe that the narrative will change against them, and that when their interests, perhaps in trying to make these environmental changes or try to progress the technological sector against kind of the government's interest, for example, in favor of the companies, do you think the government will continue to support their opinion on the Politburo and still translate a lot of the promises that the party makes about environmental change, about semiconductor production, Or do you think something will happen that will perhaps change to a different social narrative?
Oh, hi, I'm He Ning. I'm a senior undergraduate majoring in sociology, and my question for Professor Lisa Ding is, do you think is it comparable for us to say that the current Chinese society is a bit similar for the Chinese society in 1960s, where the Cultural Revolution happened because of QR code and government-driven social isolation? Can we compare to that? And also, I want to ask Professor Jeff Ding that what do you think of the Chinese 2021 trustworthy AI policy? Do you think what does it mean for China to guarantee trustworthy AI to the world? And do you think is it comparable for it to say that it shared the same framework to EU AI trustworthy policy? That's it. Thank you.
Let me answer the second question first. I think now compared to the 1960s, I think it's comparable in that they could be compared, but they're not the same. It's comparable in that you do see popular psychology and mood. There's some kind of similarities in terms of this rising idea of us versus them, the enemies, the 敌我意识, or you see a lot of students reporting on their professors, unfortunately, on campus, which really reminds one of what happened during the Cultural Revolution. But I think the key difference between the Maoist era and Xi is that there's not as much, or there's a lack of mass mobilization in policy implementation, also in kind of arousing struggle and societal conflict, even between different social groups. And I think that was the hallmark of the Cultural Revolution. And then I think Xi is repressive, but I don't think he will actually get the masses onto the streets and to fight each other. I think he's more into the repressive side than the mobilizational side of the Maoist era. On the first question, I don't have a good answer to this, but I will say that perhaps a meta way of answering your question about the Politburo, difference in opinion, between the Politburo, Xi, and society, all these different actors. I'd say that in the past, during the reform era, or during at least under Jiang and Hu, the Politburo served as a de facto power sharing institution. And this is, at least according to political scientists, how the CCP has maintained a balance of opinions or some factional tension, but not outright factional wars. And then perhaps that's some kind of institutionalization, according to people like Andrew Nathan, that would be good for the regime's resilience. And I say, we would say now that the Politburo is no longer a power sharing institution, which in a democratic sense, it actually, makes sense, because if all the problems in infighting and factional politics, and when are people going to pay attention to actual governance, right? So you could say in an ideal setting, perhaps the Politburo or the standing committee, right, is some kind of cabinet, and then you can implement policies. But the problem is with democratic societies, you have other types of checks and balances on executive power. And I think in the case of China, and this is getting to the second part of your question, I think the primary source of accountability now remaining would be public scrutiny, public opinion. It was the case, actually. I think there's some, institutionalization, power sharing within the Politburo, and another mechanism is literally public opinion, checking the state's power and then pushing the state toward policy changes. But now, again, with increasing repression, and can public opinion still act in this perhaps very unpredictable, not like in the popular election form of accountability, can public opinion still serve as a source of accountability, albeit a very, very capricious source? I think that also remains to be seen, given again the technology of repression that you've talked about. So.
Yeah, I would say on the trustworthy AI question, actually taking this idea of public opinion, there are certain issues where you do see some similarities in terms of China's approach to trustworthy AI and other countries and Europe. One area is concerns about protecting privacy. And actually, especially related to leaking of facial data and intrusive applications of facial recognition. And a lot of this was prompted by public opinion and netizens, like this video of someone going into a real estate office with their motorcycle helmet on to like prevent facial recognition enabled price discrimination and them getting, you know, and this blew up. And now they're like CCTV documentaries talking about potential violations of facial recognition, and sort of there was some blowback on some of the more intrusive applications of AI, where you don't see the public pushback though, like Isa was just talking about, are issues that are completely off limits and censored, like use of AI to discriminate against ethnic minorities in Xinjiang. And that just does not happen, like netizens can't talk about that. It's not, that's censored on the internet. So you have no discussions about that aspect, which would fall under trustworthy AI in other country contexts.
Okay, well, please join me in giving a final round.
Folks, we're going to kick things off for our second panel, turning from China's internal domestic politics to its foreign relations. I do expect, though, there'll be some considerable continuity from our last panel, but we'll try to focus a little bit more on China's foreign relations and how the Party Congress has shaped or influenced or changed them. Our panelists, if you study or are interested in Chinese foreign policy or international relations, none of our speakers really need an introduction, but I will give them a brief one anyway. And I will try to be brief so that we can get into remarks and questions. So first off, we will have Professor David Shambaugh, the Sigur Professor here at George Washington University, founding director of the China Policy Program, also has extensive experience in U.S. government, the author of a few dozen books, I think, very impressive output, including some that I'm sure will come up in our conversations today related to China's relations with Southeast Asian nations, as well as other regions of the world. We'll then hear from Dr. Patricia Kim, Rubenstein Fellow at the Brookings Institution, with appointments both in the John L. Thornton China Center and the Center for East Asian Studies, two critical resources for expertise and analysis of Chinese foreign policy. And a particular note, Dr. Kim is an expert not only on Chinese foreign policy, but also East Asian regional security alliance partnerships, et cetera. And also has expertise on nuclear issues, which may or may not come up in our discussion today, but is sadly relevant in our contemporary world situation. Third speaker today will be, and panelist will be Bob Sutter, well known to many of you here, professor of practice of international affairs here at the Elliott School, and himself the recipient of a very distinguished career in government, including the U.S. intelligence community and the Congressional Research Service. So without further ado, I will hand things over to Professor Shambaugh. I will be quite strict on time, so fair warning on your 15 minutes. But with that, Professor Shambaugh, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Just making sure my clock and your clock are in sync.
Mine is the authoritative one.
Mine's always behind, but anyway, thank you very much for the introduction and for chairing and moderating this this panel. So I'm sorry I couldn't make it this morning or this afternoon for the first panel, but I do anticipate staying for the economics panel afterwards. So I'm afraid I don't know what's been discussed already. What I thought I'd try and do to get us started is to, this is the conference on the Party Congress, is to focus on the Congress and on Xi Jinping's work report in particular, as it discussed the foreign affairs and national security dimension. And then leave any specific aspects of either of those two dimensions to the Q&A period. So I, like all good comrades, all good cadres, have been assiduously reading and rereading Xi read it several times through. Find something new every time, actually. If Xi's work report concerning domestic affairs, and I don't know what the first panel had to say in that regard, so apologies. But if the part concerning domestic affairs was a combination of what I see as triumphalism, hubris, pride, confidence, even bragging, and optimism about the future. Those are adjectives I would associate with the domestic part of the report. By distinct contrast, the sections in his discussion of foreign policy and national security were strikingly different and in direct contradiction. It was, on the whole, I would say, very, very defensive, even paranoid, evincing a combination of deep insecurities, a sense of alarm, fears, yet combined with a series of warnings and aggressive language. So let me give you a number of examples. And these are all quotations, actual quotations. I spent this morning rereading it again, making sure I got the quotations right. So here are a series of them. The world has entered a new period of turbulence and change. External attempts to suppress and contain China may escalate at any time. Unforeseen factors are rising. Various black swan and gray rhino events. I still want to know what a gray rhino is, actually. But various black swan, gray rhino events may occur at any time. We must therefore be mindful of the dangers, be prepared to deal with worst case scenarios, be ready to withstand high winds, choppy waters, and even dangerous storms. So here we got Xi Jinping, the weatherman. We are confronted with drastic changes in the international landscape. External attempts to blackmail, contain, blockade, and exert maximum pressure on China. We face acute problems and challenges which undermine the party's governance and the stability and security of the country. We have effectively contained ethnic separatists, religious extremists, and violent terrorists. Remember, these are all verbatim quotations. We will crack down hard on infiltration, sabotage, subversion, separatist activities, and hostile forces. We will create a strong system of strategic deterrence. We will crack down hard on anti-China elements who attempt to create chaos in Hong Kong and Macau. On Taiwan, much of the language was actually not new, including the phrase, quote, "We will never renounce the use of force and we reserve the option of taking all measures necessary," unquote. He used that. It's not new. He's used it in the past. What is new on the Taiwan side, though, were two phrases that I found. I'm not sure. There's a new language here. Number one, quote, again, "Complete reunification of our country must be realized, and it can, without doubt, be realized." Also, number two, quote, "We will implement our party's overall policy for resolving the Taiwan question in the new era, Xin Shidai." We all know the new era is his era. How long his era is, we don't know. But he's associated that term with the period all the way up to the 100th anniversary of the founding of the PRC in 2049. So, you know, some people will interpret that as a deadline for resolving Jia. And then he, it can be, without doubt, will be realized. There's a certainty to this language that I don't remember seeing before. Oh, and then the speech is also littered with multiple references to, quote, "hegemonism and power politics." the Cold War mentality, interference and external interference, subterfuge and sabotage, and so on. So this is a regime, at least evidenced in this most important statement of policy. I remind you, the General Secretary of the party's work report to the Congress every 5 years is the most important statement of Chinese policy. This is it, folks. This is a regime from, at least in this part of the report, that feels, in my view, under siege and feels significant external pressure linking up with internal elements. The Chinese have always called Wai Ying Ne Luan. And it exhibits a strong sense of insecurity to me. So what does she say should be done in response to all of these dangers? Number of things. First, to adopt a, quote, spirit of struggle. 22 references to a spirit of struggle in the speech. We should adopt a, quote, fighting spirit in diplomacy. 7 references there. Read more wolf warriorism, fighting spirit in diplomacy. Build a, quote, strong state, 32 references. And elevate national security, 国家安全, as the most important national goal. And I'll quote Xi again, quote, national security is the foundation of China's rejuvenation, unquote. Can't be any more clear than that. And therefore now everything seems to be securitized. There are 77 references to either the word security or national security. 77 came second only to development, in the overall report. As I say, everything's been securitized. Ideological security. These are explicit references by him. Ideological security, political security, cultural security, economic security, supply chain security, cyber security, nuclear security, strategic security, tech security, technological security, food security, infrastructure security, financial security, data security, biological security, maritime security, and space security. 16 specific types of national security. That is an increase from 11 when he inaugurated the National Security Commission back in 2012. So that's grown by 5 over the intervening years. So derivative of this diagnosis by Xi is an attempt to build a comprehensive security state. To be sure, this includes the military, the PLA. To which he devoted a very long 3-page section in his report, longer than previous reports in 2017 or 2012. And he re-emphasized the priority that he personally has given to the military over the past 8 years in office. He repeatedly referred in this section to the need for, quote, combat preparedness. Taken together, all of this leaves us, or at least it leaves me, with a sense that Xi and his regime really feel embattled, besieged, insecure, and as I say, and I don't use this word lightly, even paranoid about external, quote, hostile forces. Read United States of America, and such forces within the country. So what's all this add up to? What can we anticipate in the future? More of what we've seen in the last 5 years, a doubling down, I'm afraid to say. We can anticipate more assertiveness and increased tensions in Chinese diplomacy. We can anticipate more ardent hyper-nationalism, more rhetorical bellicosity in public diplomacy and so-called wolf warriorism. We can anticipate continuing, even escalating tensions with the United States. We can anticipate continuing deterioration of relations with American allies and partners in different parts of the world. We can anticipate continuing coordination with Russia against the liberal international order and in the global governance domain, broadly speaking. We can anticipate continuing pressure on Taiwan, continued hard implementation of the national security law in Hong Kong, and continued emphasis on military modernization and actual war fighting capabilities. So these are the clear trend lines and takeaways from Xi's sections on foreign policy and national security in his report, to me, at least. At least we cannot say that Xi's report wasn't open and transparent about how he and the regime see things. They're not exactly hiding or disguising their views or their policies. So some might say that's to be welcome, given their previous inclinations to Taoguang Yanghui. No more Taoguang Yanghui, folks. That's over. So in some ways, that may be the most alarming thing of all about this report. It's a blueprint for, as he himself said, storms and choppy waters and high winds ahead. So on that weather vane note, I'll end, Scott.
Thank you very much, Professor Chamba. Dr. Kim.
Well, thank you, Scott, and thank you, Greg and the Elliott School for inviting me today. It's so wonderful to be among so many students today, and so very glad to be here. I'm going to start off my remarks by sharing a few observations that I took away from the 20th Party Congress, and then dive into China-Taiwan relations and China-North Korea, which are the two areas that I was asked to cover. So first, as with most observers, I was struck by the fact that none of Beijing's recent troubles, from its domestic economic woes to popular discontent with its extreme zero COVID policies, in addition to the sharp deterioration in many of its foreign relations, especially after its declaration of a so-called no limits partnership with Russia, seem to have had a cost for Xi in terms of consolidating his power. Xi's work report reflected, as David just went over, a mix of both triumphalism and warning of the turbulence ahead. And his speech to me underscored what I see as a big perception gap between Beijing and its Western counterparts on China's recent track record. So Xi praised the party for successfully implementing its COVID policy, for, quote, restoring order in Hong Kong, countering Taiwan independence, and adopting a fighting spirit to safeguard China's dignity and core interests. And it struck me how much the work report's description of these policies contrasted with views in Washington and capitals across Europe and Asia, where these very policies of late have been seen as threatening or counterproductive at best. Finally, I think Xi's appeal for the party to adopt a fighting spirit indicates that Beijing understands that its road to national rejuvenation won't be a smooth one, and Xi called on his compatriots to be prepared to deal with worst case scenarios. And of course, his answer was to weather these storms, the party's authority must be further strengthened with, of course, himself at the core of it. Now, while the official confirmation of Xi's term and his status, the confirmation of his status as the core of the party was largely expected, I think the unveiling of China's top leadership that was stacked with Xi loyalists indicates to me that the party has essentially granted him the absolute the power that he has said is necessary to steer the country towards national rejuvenation. Now, I don't think everyone agrees with Xi's direction. I don't think everyone is happy with a more ideological turn in China's internal or foreign policies. But the reality is there aren't any alternative power centers today that can challenge his rule or question its fundamental characteristics at this point. And so these outcomes suggest to me, and I agree with David here, that we'll see continuity in Beijing's foreign and domestic policies. That is, we're going to see a more aggressive reached by the party at home and abroad that has characterized Xi's rule since 2012. And I don't see a major course correction coming in the Chinese political system in the near-term future. Now, turning to Taiwan, Xi's work report at the 20th Party Congress consisted of largely standard talking points on Taiwan. So there wasn't really a huge departure, at least that I saw from previous statements. So Xi made the case that Taiwan independence must be opposed, that all Chinese patriots must advance the cause of national reunification. He gave the standard line that while China will do its utmost to strive for a peaceful resolution of the Taiwan question, and that it would not renounce its use of force, and it reserves all options necessary to achieve unification. And of course, right after this line, this was interesting. She said that this option was really directed at the outside forces that are trying to tear China apart and the few separatists that are seeking Taiwan independence, and that it wasn't targeted at most Taiwanese. Now, does this mean that we don't have any reason to be concerned? I mean, certainly not. That's not the case. There's a broad recognition that the military balance in the Taiwan Strait continues to shift in China's favor, and China has most certainly increased the use of coercion vis-a-vis Taiwan. And this has raised questions here in the United States and among allies on what more should be done so that Taiwan's future is not determined through coercion. And of course, Russia's blatant invasion of Ukraine has added greater urgency to conversations around these questions. I think for many Taiwanese, watching the situation in Ukraine and experiencing China's military exercises following Speaker Pelosi's visit in August, which truly were unprecedented in scale and scope, has been a sobering experience. And I think this sparked urgency in Taiwan on how they can better prepare to defend themselves. And so we've seen a growing demand among average citizens for first aid training. There's been increased support for increasing mandatory military service terms for males over 18. And Ukraine has also reinforced the notion that raising international awareness and support for Taiwan's plight is critical. And so just as President Zelensky and his fellow leaders have been very eloquently making the case that a Russian attack on Ukraine is not just about Ukraine, it matters for the rest of the world. The leaders of Taiwan have also been making the case that a Chinese attack on Taiwan is not just an attack on an island, but on all democracies across the world. And I think this has been a very effective argument. We've seen a lot more engagement and interest among European counterparts and other key Asian states like Japan and South Korea in ensuring that peace and stability is upheld in the Taiwan Strait. Now, what worries me is that there's growing impatience and frustration on all sides. There's, again, great pressure here in the United States and in Taiwan for leaders to take higher and higher profile steps to counter Beijing's increased aggression across the military, economic, diplomatic, and psychological domains towards Taiwan. And there's understandably great frustration among the younger generations in Taiwan about Taiwan's inability to be recognized as an independent democracy, for the inability to sort of express its national identity and operate like a normal country in the global arena. And of course, most Taiwanese, or probably almost all, have zero interest in a one country, two systems model that Beijing has floated as a solution after watching how Beijing has handled Hong Kong. In the United States, negative perceptions of China are at historic highs, and more people see US-China competition in zero-sum terms, and they believe, and I think there's a growing belief that a clash is inevitable. And so once you have such an outlook, you begin to question, well, why should the United States tiptoe around Beijing? Or why should the US stick to the one China policy that has been, a long part of US policy towards Taiwan? And then in Beijing, there's a strong belief that Taiwan is moving further and further away from unification towards independence, and that the United States is the culprit behind this move, or that the United States is emboldening and enabling Taiwanese who seek independence to move in such a direction. Xi Jinping has made the case that unification cannot be pushed off forever. So he's certainly added urgency to this question about Taiwan. And while there have been speculations about potential, dates and so on, I think it's important to note that Beijing has maintained its own strategic ambiguity on its timeline. And I think its leaders are rational enough to know that if China were to undertake an outright attack on Taiwan, this would lead to dire consequences for China, for its own prosperity and well-being. So I think there is an understanding in place. Nevertheless, again, Beijing's use of sticks as opposed to carrots has certainly increased. It has more and more capabilities each day to squeeze Taiwan across all domains. And I don't expect this pressure on the island to abate anytime soon. And so this leaves us in a very dangerous place. And I think the trend lines don't look good. I'm going to turn now to the Korean Peninsula, which is the other hotspot in East Asia and where the risks of escalation are high, if not higher, at least at this moment, than in the Taiwan Strait. So just this week, North Korea has engaged in a string of provocative acts. It's launched 24 missiles into the waters on both sides of the Korean Peninsula on Wednesday, and it conducted a suspected ICBM test just yesterday. South Korea and North Korea have been scrambling dozens of warplanes, and so the tensions are growing. And in September, Pyongyang adopted a new law that clearly codifies its status domestically as a nuclear weapon state, and states that it has the right to launch a preemptive nuclear strike if it determines that an attack on its leadership is imminent. There's also an expectation that a 7th nuclear test will occur in the not too distant future as well. Now, despite these serious provocations, there have been little to no cooperative efforts between the United States and China to try to tackle the North Korean nuclear challenge. Pyongyang has essentially been left to its own devices to continue advancing its nuclear and missile programs, particularly since the failed Hanoi summit of 2019, and it's certainly ramped up the provocations all throughout this year and very much so this week. And in fact, broadly speaking, I think there's a growing focus in all capitals on strengthening, not limiting one's nuclear and conventional capabilities as great power competition heats up. And there's really little to no interest in arms control, non-proliferation, and the fact that we're now speculating about limited nuclear use because of what's happening in Ukraine is quite, remarkable and concerning. I think another challenge to this issue is that we're seeing great power patrons striving to keep their strategic clients and partners close. So even if Beijing, as well as Moscow's interests are not ultimately served by North Korea's growing nuclear capabilities, they've continued to shield North Korea at the UNSC. They've continued to block efforts to impose additional sanctions on Pyongyang, while directing the blame at the United States and South Korea for failing to sincerely engage with North Korea, for failing to extend the security guarantees that it seeks, while lifting a wide swath of economic sanctions before major steps by North Korea to denuclearize, all of which are non-starters for Washington and Seoul. If one looks back at the history of negotiations with North Korea, Beijing's pressure on North Korea, Beijing doesn't control North Korea, but its pressure on North Korea as its biggest trading partner and its great power patron has served as a critical element in providing momentum in nuclear negotiations. But I think today, as Beijing looks at long-term competition with the United States, that's squarely where the focus is. And it's placed a premium on keeping its allies, like North Korea, by its side. I think China's declaration of its so-called no-limits partnership with Russia earlier this year and its choices around the Russian invasion of Ukraine demonstrate that this very thinking in China right now about keeping your partners close, even if this comes at a deep cost to relationships with the United States or states in Europe and East Asia, like South Korea and Japan. So to wrap up, it's hard to paint an optimistic picture right now in East Asia, at least for the near term. And we surely need leadership from all sides to put the focus back on risk reduction and crisis management to ensure that we don't stumble into a conflict that no one ultimately seeks. So let me stop there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kim. And I have to say, I was excited to play my role of time enforcer, but our panelists have been so on time. I haven't even had to do that. So Professor Sutter, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure for me to be here and speak with you. My focus is the implications for the United States. It's not so much U.S.-China relations, but what does this mean for the United States? And to do that, I'm going to talk a bit about context because it's important to understand the U.S. side of this equation, and I'm going to spend a bit of time on that and how the Congress results feed into that, and then give a projection, a forecast for the future in very general terms. The context is basically what's happened here in Washington in the last 5 years. What's developed is what we call, some of us call, a Washington consensus. And this is a coming together of majorities in the House and the Senate, bipartisan majorities in the House and the Senate, with the senior leaders of the Trump and the Biden administration, pursuing a policy that's designed to counter the challenges coming from China that have been coming quite consistently from Xi Jinping's China for some time. And only recently did the United States focus on this. And now it's a big focus. It's a very striking focus that's emerged from this. And this consensus has sustained this policy. And it now enjoys, didn't initially, but it now enjoys wide support in the United States, wide media support, and so forth. And what are they doing? Well, they're countering these challenges that come from China. And what are these challenges? Well, there's so many of them, it's hard to group them. So I put them in clusters. There are 3 clusters. There's a security cluster, and then there's an economic cluster, and there's a governance cluster. And these things all involve all sorts of behavior on the part of the Chinese that are seen, at least from the American side, as nefarious, predatory, very negative behavior. And I don't want to get into too many details in that, but I can if you want. But the point is here that this outlook is very powerful at this point. And there are 2 of these challenges that are absolutely fundamental. And one is the challenge that China is going to so change the balance of power in Asia through its expansionist policies. It's going to do this, and it will dominate Asia. And dominating East Asia and U.S. strategic thinking over the years has been very similar to what we thought when Adolf Hitler dominated Western Europe or threatened to do so. It's that kind of a danger. So that's very serious from the United States. Imperial Japan did this and they attacked the United States. So that's just one example of this sort of thing. The second one is the high technology competition. The economic cluster is full of all sorts of activities in the Chinese that are challenging the United States in very unfair and predatory ways. But the high technology competition has now reached a point where China is seen as able to challenge and perhaps overcome the United States and become the leader in the high technology area. This is one of the things that Xi Jinping has long wanted, to have this kind of capacity. And so if they do that, this will take an industry that's very important for the United States and they'll be subservient to China. And that's not a good thing for the United States. But more importantly, this high technology is fundamental for modern militaries. If China succeeds in getting the high technology area and dominating that, they will dominate the military. And as a result, the Americans will be dominated by the Chinese military. So now I'm a person that worked for Capitol Hill for a long time, so I simplify. This is not nuance. This is simple. And what drives this drive? They don't want to be dominated. Why do members of Congress feel this way? They don't want to be dominated. And so therefore, they're going to work hard to make sure this doesn't happen. And if you want an explanation of why this stuff is happening, those are the 2 fundamental things that I see as driving this situation. And it's driven it for 5 years. We've had unprecedented bipartisan cooperation on this issue. The whole dynamic of the Congress versus the administration on China is out the window now. That used to be competitive, one side complaining about the other. It's not happening at all. It's symbiotic. They're working together on this. And the idea that Congress wants the power or the administration wants the power, that's not an issue. They're not fighting over power. They're working together on this issue area. So this is extraordinary. And I needed to explain that because the Congress, the CCP Congress, comes into context. And I think you've heard enough to realize that what's been done in the Congress is more of the same. A very doubling down, as David said, of the kind of behavior. All those things involve fundamental challenges to the United States, this doubling down. And so the reaction is going to be, I think, fairly tough on this sort of thing, but we need to look at that. Is it going to be? Because as Patricia emphasized, there's a danger here. You could have a war over this thing. This is something that you have to be very careful about. So so how far will this go? What's going to happen here? It's a big question, it seems to me. How do I answer this question? I look at the past year. If you put this in the context of the past year, it gives you some understanding of what's been going on and how this fits in. What has happened? The Russians invaded Ukraine. That was supposed to divert the attention of the Biden administration from China to Europe. Obviously, they did pay a lot more attention to Europe, but it didn't divert the attention. What happened? China supported Russia heavily, not fully, but heavily. And that was widely seen as very negative here by this Washington consensus. And the upshot is that served to reinforce this effort to be tough on China. It got mixed up with the discourse on Taiwan very quickly. You know, Putin wanted to have this territory to be part of Russia. And we all know Xi Jinping wants Taiwan to be part of China. So this kind of analysis came together. And so the idea that Taiwan was vulnerable here, so therefore they should have more support. In this context, then, what do we have the second big development of the year? This is Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Do you remember that? Anybody remember that? No, okay. So and what happened afterward and so forth, it was a big deal. You know, it was a very big deal, very worrisome in lots of ways. This was the first significant debate we had in Washington about this issue in a long time. And people divided on this issue. And there are lots of my colleague China specialists who said, this policy that we have is too extreme. We shouldn't be doing this. We're exaggerating the power of China. We should pull back. And what we need is a sophisticated, stable relationship with China, a better relationship with China. That's what we need. Then there were business people, of course, that felt this way, and there were many others that felt this way, and they vocalized this. There was a lot of discussion, maybe for 3 or 4 weeks. But what was the Washington consensus doing? They said, no, we have to be firm. We have to continue. This is important. We have to defend Taiwan. The difference, I think, and I'm being oversimplifying here, is that specialists often like nuance, and they like a full agenda showing the strategy, the strategic approach, and so forth. And what these people that are in the Washington consensus, their focus is that will come later. We're under threat. We have to defend ourselves. That comes first. Then we'll think about this other stuff. And so because the Chinese will manipulate those kinds of negotiations and will keep doing what they've been doing in the past, which is saying one thing, doing another, and so forth. And so the upshot here, you have this cleavage. What happened? What happened? Has the policy changed? What do you see? The administration was very firm, and they remain firm. New trade agreement began with Taiwan, $1.1 billion in new arms sales. They send 2 cruisers through the Taiwan Strait to make the point that they're going to continue to do that. Cruisers are bigger than destroyers, more powerful, and they made a point there. And then the president, he just comes out and says, if they do that, we're gonna fight. That's one thing. Then the Congress, and this is where the Congress, we have this. 2022 is the most productive year for congressional action on China in a very long time. The enormous output of this kind of the CHIPS science bill, the so-called inflation, controlling inflation 2022 Act, and all these other provisions. And then, of course, the administration tops it off with these restrictions on high technology, competition with China, communications with China on semiconductors, And then they come out with their national security strategy on time. And what do you see? Okay, you had a crisis in Taiwan, and the Americans say, bam, 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 bam. And we listen to what you said, Xi, and then bam, bam. That's what we're seeing. Is there anybody, any policymaker that's standing up and saying we shouldn't be doing this? Have you seen anybody? I'm keeping notes. And I take notes, and people are absent my class, I take notes, and they're absent. And so he was absent last time too. I got to call him. This kind of thing. But this is the reality of the situation. So the outlook, folks, is, Xi Jinping's not changing, right? So, and this is the Americans, and this is powerful. I've never seen anything like this. This convergence of Congress and the administration. If you go back to the Cold War, this was initiated by the administration, and Congress they were part of it, but it was initiated it was a plan by the administration. This thing came from the members of Congress, as well as from the people in the Trump government. And they said, we agree, fundamentally. And not because of a partisan interest, not because of a wave or fascination or anything like that. It had nothing to do with that. It had everything to do with them figuring out what the American interests were and what the danger was. So that's powerful. That will stick, it seems to me. And so the bottom line here is we're going to have more tension. And so that makes people really sad. And I say this in my classes, and people get really sad. And I'm sad to make them sad. But it's a reality. And it's not the end of the world yet. No, I'm just kidding. But it's not the end of the world. And I just said, I'm an old guy. I was in the government during the Cold War for a long time. And it was always tense. It was always tense. Every day you thought about, or you didn't do it, but if something would happen, and then when you thought about something happening, whether it was Taiwan or some other place or Africa or something like that, you thought about the 30,000 Russian nuclear warheads aimed at US targets. And you say, oh, we got to be careful. So I would say, oh, we got to be careful. But I think the struggle is going to continue. And I think that's my concluding forecast. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Professor Sutter. Having missed my opportunity to be a rigid enforcer of time limitations, I'm going to ask some tough questions. And although I had a couple pointed ones prepared, your remarks, Professor Sutter, lead me to think the hardest one of all might be, is there any case for optimism coming out of the 20th Party Congress? Any bright spots that you saw, either from the work report or other messaging coming out of the Congress? If not, what would have to change for an improvement either in US-China relations or China's role in the world more generally? And sorry, maybe we'll just kind of go down the line here, starting with Professor Shamba, Dr. Kim, and Professor Sutter.
Excuse me, Scott, your question is, was there any good news in the report?
Is there anything that gives you a sense of optimism? Is there anything that gives you hope?
30,000.
And if not, what would have to change?
30,000 characters. Read it carefully. The only thing of optimism that comes to mind was the brief paragraph, more like 2 sentences, on the maintaining an open commercial environment and reducing China's negative list of, which you know more about than I do, the areas that foreigners cannot invest in. So yeah, that I looked at that sentence and thought, well, first thing I thought was, heard that before. Heard that at the 17th, or sorry, at the 19th Congress, heard that at the 18th Congress, 17th Congress. I've been watching party congresses all the way back to the 11th Party Congress of 1977. I think they said, that's part of reform and opening. Yet we have seen China's internal business environment, investment environment, protectionism, mercantilism. I mean, this is the subject for the next panel, not this panel, but you know, do you believe that sentence about our door is open? I'll leave it to others to interpret. You know, it's encouraging that he at least felt the need to say that. But I'm very dubious given the track record on that score. But otherwise, I have to say the whole domestic section, which I missed that session, but you know, double down on tech, double down on state-owned enterprises. We're going to make, I don't have my notes. I've been giving briefings the last couple of days on the Congress overall, but the language on SOEs, make them bigger, stronger, better, more efficient. It's like great leap forward language on SOEs. Just no, this is a blueprint of really bad news from start to finish. There's no good news. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there is a section on global governance in the foreign policy section, and I perhaps should have mentioned that. It's a reiteration of previous language. So, you know, if I want to say something positive, if I can, I actually do give Xi Jinping personally credit for upping China's game and contributing more tangibly in the global governance space in the last 10 years. That is something that, you know, was under prioritized prior to Xi Jinping coming to power. There was a big debate inside of China, triggered largely by Robert Zoellick's scolding speech of 2012 about becoming a responsible international stakeholder. That catalyzed a huge internal debate in which there was a faction, I would argue, led by Yang Jiechi, who said, yes, we need to up our game. We are a big country. We're a big economy. We can't hide and bide in the international domain. We need to be out there. And then Xi goes to Davos in year 1 of his presidency and gives a very reassuring speech about global governance. And to be fair and empirical and even praiseworthy, what have we seen in the 10 years since? Continued deepening of engagement, increase of resources, various types in various domains. So yeah, China's now is, whether it's a responsible international stakeholder is another question, and its alignment with Putin in the global governance space, which is Putin's real, amongst all of Putin's misguided notions, you know, so, you know, that gives me concern. I did mention that Xi's alignment with Putin is more bad news, but nonetheless, in the report, there was a couple of paragraphs that gave me, you know, some better feelings. So I want to say something positive if there is.
So Scott, I'll keep my answer brief because I don't want to reiterate too much of the points that I've already covered initially, but you know, for me, I don't see much cause for optimism, at least in the near term. I think, again, the concentration of absolute power in the hands of one leader is dangerous in any place, and certainly doesn't bode well for China. And Professor Susan Shirk of UCSD has a book, a recent book out on sort of the Chinese system's inability to self-correct because of this concentration of power under Xi. I think the growing ideological turn in the CCP's policies does not bode well either, because you're moving away from pragmatic policies. And ultimately, I think it's the Chinese people who will need to call for change. And perhaps this starts locally at the grassroots level with discontent over, you know, local policies, or, I mean, the party's legitimacy has always rested on its ability to give rapid economic or lead rapid economic growth. It's worked for a variety of reasons for the last several decades, but it's not the case today. We've seen a slowing of the economy. So perhaps these sort of bread and butter issues may push people who may not be as willing to get involved for political reasons, but you know, you could be motivated to speak up about bread and butter issues. And so perhaps that's a way that we can see changes. But, you know, for the near term, I think the way that Xi Jinping has consolidated power, has really struck out any rival factions or the ability to check and balance, even within a one-party system, just does not look good or bode well. Yeah.
Just a quick couple of points on foreign affairs. This is a positive trend for a lot of countries. It's not, this is, the negative results comes from countries that are committed to the kind of order that the United States supports. And that's not a majority of countries. And so there are a whole slew of countries that basically are quite compatible with what Xi Jinping wants to do. And so if you're an authoritarian ruler, if you're a corrupt ruler, this is great. You're going to get a lot more attention, and you get a lot more support. And so if you Saudi Arabia, you know, Iran, of course, and but countries in Africa, and if you don't have territorial disputes with China and you don't mind saying things about Xinjiang and other things that China feels are important, that's all you have to do, and then you get a constructive economic relationship with China, and and China has a lot of benefits to offer people, and they're on the UN Security Council and so forth. So I think that that's important to keep in mind. In other words, that yes, the struggle that we're going to have is a struggle between China and the United States, and many of the United States allies and partners, and countries that are seen as a danger that see China as a serious danger and are looking for offsetting efforts. But that is not a majority of the countries in the world, and I think that's important to keep in mind.
And we'll turn to audience questions in just a minute here. Having raised this this question and you know, I think understandably eliciting some notes of mostly pessimism, I would just quickly underscore a point that was made in the previous session by Professor Ding, that one of the, I mean, not necessarily the most striking thing about Xi's work report, but was the mention and characterization of environmental protection as a core element of Xi's vision for China's development. And I think one might even say Xi's kind of ruling strategy. That was coupled with some rhetorical nods, and I just note this, given that we're heading into the climate talks in just a couple of days, to constructive engagement in those talks. However, that is a sort of a thin reed to grasp on, given that just today, China's foreign ministry underscored that China will not resume climate talks with the United States bilaterally until the United States recognizes its errors in permitting Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. So thin reeds we're grasping at, but perhaps one to keep in mind. I see we do have an enthusiastic set of questions here, so let's go to our audience. And maybe we can start actually towards the back on this side, and we'll try to work our way over. And maybe I will, with everyone's indulgence, maybe take two at a time so that we can try to get through as many as possible. Just a quick note that if you want to address your question to a particular speaker, please note that when you ask your question. So we'll start with the gentleman right there in the back.
Law School. And I have a question to Professor Sutter. During the last panel, you asked the panelists a question about how to balance the university's role and also the national security threats from China and also the free academia. So I'm just wondering, what's your response to the last panel's response? So this is my first question. And also, and my personally, I have some friends who work in the various institutions here in America, both in some places in law school or some national labs. And I talked with them, and several months ago, the DOJ finished the China initiative. But I talked with them, they say their boss all told them, don't be too naive. This will continue. And the external thing from the DOJ already has been internalized, I would say. I put that word because they have some various institutions, they already have some committees, or like China, like a 工作小组, they have to, they already started doing some self-review to their scholars. And so last month I read a report from the MIT. They have the guidance. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, maybe if we could
I'll
just
finish one.
Yeah.
So they have the guidance about how to balance the national security and also the university role in the free academia. But the basic logic is to say that as there is some conflict between China and the US, so it's MIT's obligation to stand to make something to fix the national security. I'm just wondering if you all agree with this. And also I have
Sorry, I think maybe we should move to another question just to make sure.
so lots of
Yeah, thank you. And we'll take a second question before we get a response. So maybe if we can move over to this side.
Thank you. Sorry, is that coming through?
Yes.
Excellent, fantastic. So hi, I'm Sam. I'm from the Masters in Security Policy Studies program here at Elliott. So my question is, given that we've outlined there's an intense security dilemma between China and the US, who both mutually fear the other, is there a risk that the US then falls into a spiral model with the criticism they haven't really outlined how it's in their essential interest beyond that fundamental fear of domination?
And was that anyone in particular, or for any one of the panelists?
To any panelists in particular, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anybody want to take the second question first?
Not sure I understood it. Can you repeat your second question real clearly, please? Maybe without the mask? Or should no? No, don't leave your mask on. It's just very difficult to hear.
Sorry. Okay. So my question would be: there's been the criticism has been leveled at the United States government that they haven't clearly set out how defending Taiwan is in their interests, for instance. And so, to what extent does that risk them being drawn into a spiraling conflict without having defined why they're in it?
Okay, thank you.
I'll take a stab at Taiwan and then we'll spread out through the other questions. I think the US government has been very clear through the Taiwan Relations Act and statements by multiple leaders over the decade that we see peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait as very important, and not, making sure that the US can stand by that commitment is important for reassuring our allies and maintaining the US alliance network in Asia, which is a significant source of US influence and power in the region. I think also the fact that Taiwan today is a vibrant democracy, we are also a democracy, so we see each other as fellow democracies, and it's important to stand up for each other in that way. So there have, I think leaders have made this very clear over a decade. So I don't know if I would take that criticism per se that the US hasn't made clear. Maybe what you are referring to is this debate about strategic ambiguity versus clarity. So there have been calls by certain leading voices inside the policy world that the US needs to say just clearly that we would come to Taiwan's defense if China were to attack it. There's a reason why we haven't said that. I mean, China's biggest obsession since the earliest days of the PRC has been sort of putting its foot down that it has sovereignty over Taiwan. And so we have this thing called the One China policy, where we basically acknowledge that there's a disagreement on both sides of the Taiwan Strait on sort of the sovereignty question. The United States does not take a position on that, but our interest is seeing a peaceful resolution by both sides to that question. And I think that policy has served us very well. It's allowed us to have normal working relations with Beijing while also having very robust relations with Taiwan, much closer than actually certain alliance relationships that we have with other countries. And so I think this has served us well. And I think if we were to move into a policy of strategic clarity, this could actually undermine Taiwan's security by spiraling into a conflict, as you mentioned. And so I think that's sort of the longstanding rationale. Now, while you don't change the policy per se, it's really the actions that matter. And so I think the United States efforts to get
more and more countries to speak out for peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, expressing their commitment to that, to prepare for contingencies together with allies. So if there is some sort of crisis, that we can work together to beef up Taiwan's ability to defend itself. All of these are great steps and they're necessary, especially given the ramping up of coercion that we've seen by Beijing. And so, yeah, let me stop there, but see if our other panelists have anything to say.
No, I'd like to address the first question. That had to do with security in universities and this type of restriction.
Yes.
Government about.
That's how I took it.
I didn't quite get it. Okay, thank you. Yes, I think this is a very important issue. As I asked a question in the previous panel to our panelists. I think it's a fundamental problem right now because the Americans are spending hundreds of billions, over hundreds of billions of dollars on research for innovation. And the innovators are people who are on campuses and as well as other places. And they're constantly interacting with colleagues abroad, including China. And so how do you secure that innovation? You're spending billions of dollars to create it. How do you make sure that the Chinese authorities don't find out about it? And this doesn't mean spying necessarily. It's the kind of thing that you just are one of these colleagues. You're writing an article, or you're just going back and forth, and stuff can get transferred in that very easily. It seems to me. So I don't know how you police that. I think it's a big dilemma for the United. I'm anxious to see how the U.S. government comes up with a system to do that. We did do this in the Cold War. But that was with the Soviet Union, and that didn't have nearly the kind of situation that we have today. And yet, as I tried to indicate, the stakes are very high for this competition as far as the United States is concerned. And they are spending tens of hundreds of billions of dollars to do something about this. So it's a big dilemma, and I would wait to see how this thing gets implemented and how they police it in a way that avoids America spending billions of dollars to help China in its innovation. And that's the bottom line.
Professor Shambo, did you want to come in on anything, or are we good? Okay, let's we'll take maybe one more from this side, then we'll continue on. So see, we have a lot of questions here. If we could come to the front, this gentleman here, I'll come back if time allows.
Thank you so much. My name is Z, first year PhD at SAIS. So I have two questions, one directly to Professor Shambo, one to the general.
Maybe if you could just choose one, start with apologies.
Okay, so my question is, in the 20th Party Congress report on Taiwan session, compared to the one 10 years ago and 20 years ago, it's the first time it seems that Beijing omits direct negotiation with the Taiwan government as in the past. So what's the significance of this? Like, how do Beijing see still their ways to negotiate with Taipei directly in terms of solving problems and things like that? Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, we're going to move to the center. So if Professor Ding, if we could take a question here from the front.
My question's for Professor Sutter. So could you briefly compare the Washington consensus on Taiwan with the Washington consensus or the lack thereof on Ukraine? And I'm curious if there is any variation, what could explain that? Is it because Taiwan is more liberal of a democracy than Ukraine, or is it because Taiwan or Russia is seen as less of a threat, or perhaps you see also a Washington consensus on Russia and Ukraine?
All right, and let's actually take one more from the center here. I feel like I'm the White House press secretary. New York Times. We get the gentleman in the it's like what? Oh yes, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
There was a woman with a white sweater in the back.
Okay. Yeah. With apologies, I'm a little short. I can't see all the.
Hello, I'm the 9-year-old second year grad school student at Edward School. I have a question regarding Taiwan issues, and any of you can comment on that or answer that. I've noticed the CMC Central Military Commissions, they also switch their leadership, and I've noticed a lot of leaders has new leaders and the CMC has previous experience in Eastern Theater Command. And I want to know if any of you can tell me about maybe the implication of this, because the Eastern Theater Command has been handling Taiwan issues for a long time, military operations. So is there any change in deadline regarding of unification of Taiwan? There's a lot of consensus in the US that 2017, there's gonna be, China has the capability of potentially invade Taiwan. So is there any change of that, or just they're prepare their combat readiness? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, okay, and I think China doesn't talk to the Taiwan government. So I mean, I don't know how they would do that. They talk to the KMT government through the party channels, but they don't have this with the Tsai government, and they shun that. So I think maybe that's part of it. That's just, I don't know the reason why it's not in there, but that strikes me as one possibility. And then on the Ukrainian debate, I don't see much of the Ukrainian debate. I see media reports, and you get one or two members of Congress say, "Well, we shouldn't do this," and then they get totally dumped on by their colleagues. And when you see votes on this, like the vote on NATO and Ukraine, there was this one authorization for aid to Ukraine that was attached to a whole bunch of other stuff, and that bill was controversial. But I'm not sure if it was the Ukraine part that was controversial, if you see what I mean. Because I just haven't seen that kind of debate. I think, we're all Ukrainians now.
What's that? Kevin McCarthy.
Kevin, what did he do?
Well, he's going to be the speaker, and he said he's going to change the policy.
We said he's going to change the policy? I thought this was sort of endorsing some candidate. Okay, well then maybe we do have something more to worry about than I see, because I haven't seen much of this on Capitol Hill. The votes are very strong.
So the mood about Russia is similar to
Yeah, it's quite negative. Except, the danger is the America First group. Those folks don't want this kind of overseas commitment, and they are Republicans to a considerable degree. So maybe Mr. McCarthy is appealing to that. But when it comes down to voting on Ukraine, maybe, how much do you do for Ukraine? Maybe that's the issue. But I think it's well, maybe I'm overly optimistic on this, but I just see public opinion on this, and I see congressional votes for appropriations, different things. I haven't seen very many people stand up and vote against it.
Did you want to respond to anything, Dr. Kim?
Yeah, just real quick. So great question on the leadership composition. So I'm not an expert on sort of keeping track of all the leadership in China. We have an expert actually who does that at Brookings, Cheng Li. He's one of the leading scholars on this. But you are indeed right that there is a heavy presence of sort of Taiwan hands or military hands that seem to have risen higher in the echelons of the party following the 20th Party Congress. And I think this reflects the recognition in Beijing that it can't be complacent, that although the military balance may be shifting more so in China's favor, that China can't be overconfident. And so this comes to the question of what is China learning from Russia's invasion of Ukraine? It's one that I get asked all the time. One of the lessons has to be, you may be, the more militarily superior power, but you just don't know how it's going to work out on the battlefield, especially if you're up against people who are very determined to defend their own homeland and so on. And so I'm sure that there's a recognition of that. Also, I'm sure that China is looking around and seeing the strengthening of US alliance networks in Asia, especially the military aspects of the alliances, with greater US cooperation with countries like Japan and Australia when it comes to Taiwan. You're seeing like the rise of the Quad and the military aspects of that grouping, although there are other elements, and the rise of AUKUS, the new security pact between the US, UK, and Australia. And so I think
Beijing is noticing all of this, and even if the president doesn't come out and say, although he has, that he would come to Taiwan's defense, this is where actions count more than words for deterrence, or actions. Yeah, I would say actions do count more than words, and so China notices, and so I think this is important for deterrence purposes, but of course this is also kicking their leadership into gear to continue with advances in their military, and that's kind of the world that we're in today.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Let's go to stage left. There's a young lady in the back that we'll start with.
Hi there, thank you very much. My name is Mally Prythurch. I just graduated from Tsinghua University in June as a Schwarzman Scholar, and my question is quite short. Qin Gang, the current Chinese ambassador to the US, was just recently elevated to the Politburo as Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs in a somewhat surprising elevation. And I was wondering what you all thought this means for China's foreign affairs moving forward, both symbolically and practically, and US-China affairs. Thank you.
Great. We'll take the gentleman by the pillar there.
Stanley Kober, on strategic clarity, go back to the Vietnam War. Want to talk about alliances. We had an alliance, Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, underlined by the Tonkin Gulf Resolution. That is strategic clarity. We had 500,000 plus troops in Vietnam at the peak. We lost the war. Main lesson I took, you don't do people a favor by losing a war in their behalf. You may have consensus in Congress, but the American Army is now unable to meet its recruiting quotas. During Vietnam, people asked, what if they gave a war and nobody came? Could we find out?
Apology. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, we'll take one more. Can we go with the gentleman in the front here?
Hi, thank you. I'm Yi. I'm an undergraduate student in LA school. So my question is for Dr. Kim. So we see there is a pattern since Taiwan's democratization in 1990s that whenever the DPP got the presidency, the political and military tension between Beijing and Taipei increased while the economic interaction continued to prosperous. Do we see the current tension in the strait as a continuation of the old pattern, which suggests KMT electoral victory can ease the tension at least to some extent, or the division between Beijing and Taipei is so deep that it has passed a threshold that the warm relationship from 2008 to 2015 could not be restored whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll go down the line if we.
Okay. Where were we? So first on the DPP. Yeah, I think Beijing made a very big mistake by not reaching out to President Tsai Ing-wen. She's actually been a very careful leader and very thoughtful leader from my point of view. And so I think it's a mistake for not reaching out. And I think whoever comes after her could go much further than she has. I mean, if anything, she's sort of been this very sort of pragmatic leader, I think, where there's a lot of desire for more independence, especially by the younger generations. And so I think it was a mistake to not hold that or not engage with her more. In terms of economic integration, so Taiwan and China definitely continue to remain economically integrated, but I think similar to sort of China's economic relations in many countries, there's been disappointment, I think, with sort of the business environment. I think I've heard anecdotal evidence that Taiwanese businesses, you face more difficulties on the mainland, that there's some disillusion with that. Also, there's a recognition that, and this is everyone on the Chinese side, Taiwanese side, US side, everywhere, on this desire to diversify, de-risk in case of contingencies. And so, I think that is very much kind of that could explain why, I guess what I would say is I don't think economically everything is rosy. And whereas in the past, China has been much more sort of willing to give economic carrots, people don't necessarily want that, right? That's not, yeah. So let me stop there.
Professor Sutter,
We need to say something about the ambassador to being put on the Politburo. And so I guess the United States relationship matters a lot to Xi Jinping. And of course, but the person that was on the Politburo is a former ambassador to the United States. And so he knows what's going on, but maybe he's not as close to Xi Jinping as this person is. So maybe that's the reason. On strategic clarity, the mentioning of that, I guess it was an ominous thing. Don't have strategic clarity because you're going to have this problem like we did in Vietnam. So that's a good comment.
All right, I think we have time for one more round of questions, and then we'll do some concluding comments from our speakers. So we'll go back to this side, the gentleman with the red frame glasses.
Thank you. My name is Ben Lewis. I'm a fourth-year undergrad at the Elliott School. My question is regarding the Taiwan issue. Given the language that Xi Jinping used in his report and how the Chinese have seen kind of an international unification against Russia for their invasion in Ukraine, is it fair to say that Xi Jinping's language for kind of like a struggle mindset, a joint struggle mindset, is almost a tacit recognition that they understand that when a Taiwan contingency takes place, there will be an international pushback that may cause extreme costs for the Chinese. Thank you.
Great. We'll come back to the center questions here. So can we go with the gentleman in the midsection with the black frame glasses?
Hello, my name is Paulo Benechelli. I'm a PhD candidate in University of Brasilia in Brazil and a visiting researcher here at University of Virginia. For Professor Sutter, he talked about third countries that could be friends or not of US. And Professor Dave Lampton, in his book Rivers of Iron, he talks about the constructions of railroads in Southeast Asia. And he said that when China was there negotiating, was either China or no one. There's no debate about who should follow. And the same could be said in Brazil's case or South America, perhaps in Africa. So how did the Washington consensus deal with that? If they do, like they are concerned with other countries or just China? Thank you.
Okay, great. We'll try to take maybe two more. So if we could go the gentleman here in the front, or the second row, and then we'll come over to you.
I'm Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. I note that if PRC was to succeed in Taiwan, that the Taiwan Strait would become internal waters of China and the law of the sea treaty would be shredded. I think that's reason enough. My question concerns the fact that the CPC's main pillar of endurance is control over information. And I'm wondering when we sort of put some resources, serious resources, behind breaking the great censorship wall with the technologies we do in fact have at hand.
All right, and then we'll go to the gentleman second row there.
Hi, thank you guys so much for your presentation. My name is Josh. I'm a former student of the Elliott School and former student of Professor Shambaugh and Sutter as well. And I just wanted to ask my former professors, it was stated that there were 3 pages on the PLA in the most recent report. How do you think the announcements and the reforms that are being pushed are going to be able to improve the capabilities of China's PLA? Will it actually cause an increase in capabilities, and how should the US respond in response to those new capabilities that the Chinese People's Liberation Army will have?
Professor Shambaugh, maybe I'd turn to you first for the questions on Xi Jinping's struggle.
Well, I've long had the personal policy of never addressing hypothetical questions in public environments. So I'm going to stick to that with regard to it's a good question. But, you know, I would say that the 3 pages of Xi Jinping's, which I just on the military, which I just reread this morning, are he makes the right, from their perspective, the right points. It's not new news. This is what they've been investing in. And the capacities they've been building up. And if anything, if you read it carefully, the language, the things he highlights, like joint operations, what we call C4ISR, command control communications, those issues he tags, one might interpret as him identifying weaknesses that need to be fixed and need to be strengthened. And he uses the word strengthened repeatedly. I don't have the report in front of me, but you know, as for how the United States should respond, that's for the United States to respond. But they've figured it out. I mean, Xi Jinping has really done a very forensic analysis of the PLA's capabilities, strengths and weaknesses, challenges and contingencies, and they're working on them. Okay, I think I'll just leave it at that.
Maybe Professor Sutter, do you want to?
Yeah, well, I touched on the question on Brazil, and there's no other choice. And then it's very hard to compete with that. There are reasons why the US and other lenders aren't there. In the case of a country like Brazil, they can pay their debts. It's a good place to invest. And so if you're placed with financing, you're not going to have a bankruptcy and things like that. So it's very hard. I think it's very hard to counter that unless you're going to be more loose with your. If the enterprise isn't creditworthy, then you shouldn't do it. And there are restrictions, and the Chinese don't have those restrictions. So what do you do in that case? I don't think you can do very much in that case. If it's non-transparent in many cases, so there's an awful lot of corruption in those kinds of things. So you can point out the negatives to that, and then if a country gets into a debt dependency relationship with China, you can just point out that being debt dependent, you're going to have to do what China wants later on. And so if that's what you want, then you go ahead. And how long can they sustain this is the other thing, and I think that's another big question. I think the Belt and Road Initiative is sort of has a lot of iffy points right now. So I think we're in a period of some transition here, but I don't see the Washington consensus, standing up against this and anything like that. It's a secondary issue as far as I can see. It's a governance issue and it's a influence issue, but I don't see them taking. They are taking actions in Asia and things like that, but they have to implement those. I'm talking about the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework arrangement. And these things are going to take time. And the USAID is trying to compete with China in various places. But it's hard because they can't be as loose with their money.
And Dr. Kim, did you want to comment on any of these questions or control over information or anything? Okay. No worries. Okay, well, I think what I'd like to do with just a couple minutes remaining is turn to all of our panelists for final thoughts. Topics that we didn't cover that should have been questions perhaps you wanted to answer but didn't get. So we'll just go down the line here, starting with Professor Shambach.
Well, I'm not sure what topics. I mean, we could stay here for another couple of hours or a lot of topics. I myself was interested in talking about China-EU relations, which is a topic I've followed quite closely for more than 3 decades. And in fact, just came back. I was in Brussels a couple weeks ago. I just came back from the UK, which is, no longer a member of the EU. I would note that, I guess, this is a panel on foreign relations. Okay, so China's international image is at an all-time low across the world. Now that's variant. You have to look across the world. We don't have the greatest data on, we don't have any data really on the global south, although I just saw a couple days ago some very interesting surveys, a Czech, as in the Czech Republic, a series of scholars have done on the global south. I'm going to see the authors on Monday. So that's some of the, anyway, we have a dearth of data is the point. Nonetheless, the Pew data in particular shows just steady deterioration, certainly across the West, across Asia, across the Indo-Pacific. But with regard to EU, it's not just a question of perception and public perceptions, but policies. So there's been a sea change in Europe thinking about China in the last few years, and it's continuing. The EU has drafted a new policy document on China, which is being finalized and will come out soon, but it's pretty tough language. So just stay tuned for that. But what it does show you is a convergence, increasing convergence across the Atlantic between the EU and the United States on the perceptions of China and a whole variety of these issues that we've been talking about here today, including Taiwan. There's some interesting language in this document about Taiwan. But the Ukraine experience and the natural gas dimension of the Ukraine experience for the EU has really been a wake-up call for the European Union on its technological dependencies and investment dependencies with regard to China. Now, so I'll come back to Chancellor Scholz in a second. I could go on about this subject for a long time. We don't have the time, but you know, the EU has found commonality, it's found its backbone, and it's found a unanimity of perspective on China that as I said, I've been watching the EU's China relations closely for 3 decades. I've never seen it like it is today. And by the way, the 17+1, dead. DEAD, dead. It's finished. One official in Brussels told me at best, it's now a 1+1 between Hungary's Orban and China. So China's attempt to divide the EU down the middle with the 17+1 failed for a variety of reasons, would include their behavior towards Lithuania, but also their failure to deliver on the economic promises through Belt and Road, particularly to the Balkan countries. And information influence, which has popped up here in the Q&A period, and interference and influence activities throughout virtually all Central European countries. So anyway, China has lost the Central Europe, if it ever had it in the first place. It has lost Northern Europe, Scandinavia, completely, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. Germany is still in play. Yes, Chancellor Scholz is arriving today, I believe, in Beijing. Lots and lots and lots of criticism in his own government and his own country about his trip at all. Not to mention in other European countries and in Brussels itself. So Germany, it's very central, but do not assume just because the Chancellor has gone to Beijing that that is the totality of Germany's China relations. Macron, who knows about the French? But anyway, all I want to say is that watch that space, the China-EU space.
Thank you, Professor Shambaugh. Dr. Kim.
So I realize we're in negative time now, so I'll keep it to 30 seconds just to make a plug for a paper that I co-authored with some of my Brookings colleagues. So the NSS makes a very good point that the US needs to have a dual track approach when we think about our China policy. It's very important to work with allies and partners, but at the same time, it's also important to find a way forward with China so that we can work on areas of common interests and existential threats like climate change and so on. And so we're not there in that ideal world yet. And so our paper offers some suggestions for how we might get closer to that, although you need both sides to tango. And of course, our paper offers recommendations to the United States, given we're coming from a US think tank. But in any case, it puts some ideas out there. So I would encourage anyone who's interested in taking a look to come to the Brookings website. Thank you.
Paper incidentally was commended to me as recently as this morning, so a double plug. Professor Sutter.
Yeah, just a quick 2 points. Number one, just echoing David's point, I meant to mention this in my discussion. This deepens the Washington consensus. This is a big gain for the United States in this area. The Europeans willing to stand up not only to Russia, but to stand up to China in the Indo-Pacific. And they do this in a variety of ways, and I think that's a big plus. And then just the comment on Kevin McCarthy and Ukraine. This is a very interesting subject, and I think this reflects the broader danger. The broader danger to the issue is to the Biden policy and this Washington consensus. Is it sustainable? Is it sustainable? And what do I mean? Well, Biden is very much relying on allies and partners. And that's fundamental, and that was followed before, but it wasn't followed by Donald Trump, and his people followed it. He didn't, and so the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense did, but he didn't. And so what does that mean to countries in Asia, the allies and partners? That means they're going to get out in front in standing against China, and then the president of the United States is going to change and have a different approach. And so that is a real danger for this policy, for the Washington consensus. In other words, I don't think Congress will change. I think they'll still have this view, but the president has enormous power, and the Congress under McCarthy may make this a political issue that will appeal to some in the base of the Republican Party. I can see where that could, putting things together that aren't there yet, but I'm just speculating on that. But the bottom line is, countries in Asia that look at the United States, they constantly look at this and they say, are you sustainable? And I think that we cannot answer that right now.
And I think if there's one thing we've learned, is that we need another conference to answer all of the questions that have been raised. So note to the Sigur Center, have us back. Please join me in thanking our panel.
Steve Saranovic. I'm the director of the Institute for International Economic Policy here in the Elliott School, and I'm in the economics department and part of the Elliott School as well. This is the last session that we're covering on the 20th Party Congress, but we're covering the economic issues as well as the political issues today. I think it's fair to say that economics has definitely influenced the political changes that have taken place in China, and vice versa. The changes in politicals and politics are also affecting the economics. So we've got a panel of distinguished individuals here. I will introduce them. On my left here is Maggie Chen, who's a professor of economics and international affairs at George Washington University. She does research on multinational firms, international trade, and regional trade agreements. She's worked at the research department and been a consultant at the World Bank and the International Finance Corporation since 2003, and has been a trade policy consultant for the US Congressional Budget Office. To her left is David Dollar. He's a senior fellow at the John L. Thornton China Center at the Brookings Institution and a host of the Brookings Trade podcast, Dollar and Cents. He's a leading expert on China's economy and US-China economic relations. From 2009 to 2013, Dollar was the US Treasury's economic and financial emissary to China, based in Beijing, facilitating the macroeconomic and financial policy dialogue between the US and China. To his left is Stephen Kaplan, who is a professor of political science and international affairs. He is also a current global fellow at the Wilson Center. He's written extensively on developing country economies, global financial market developments, and emerging market crises with a focus on China's forays into Latin America. Okay, so I'm going to stop speaking and turn it over to Maggie first, and we'll get started. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve, for the introduction. I have two confessions to make before I start. First of all, when I was preparing my slides, I was a bit worried about whether my slides were too pessimistic, but then after the two panels before me, I think I'm in good shape. After all, the Hong Kong stock market has bounced back this week, so that gives us some optimism. And then the second confession is I have not studied the Party Congress report from page 1 to the end. I did read parts of it, and I did also look at the summaries, but just to make sure I don't look too behind compared to my colleagues, David, I'm looking at you. I did a quick count as well during your talk. So economy or economic was mentioned 62 times. Opening was mentioned 22 times, trade 19, investment 14. So if we combine them, that's above 80. So anyway, so that's my homework for the party report. All right, so let me get started. So because I'm the first one to go today, I'm gonna give a very basic overview of the current trends in the Chinese economy to pave the way for my fellow panelists, and hopefully I'm not gonna say something that is too inconsistent with your discussion. So unlike my political science colleagues, I study charts a lot. I don't really study reports too much. So I thought this might be one figure that a lot of you have been seeing, in the last couple of years. And we can see the general growth figure is suggesting that the economy has, in terms of real GDP growth, has reached historical, since 1980, the record low around, 3-point-something%. So that's the GDP growth rate. And then when you look at the sectors within the country, it's clear that services are playing an increasingly important role. In fact, has been the driver of most of the growth. Okay, this can be seen both value added and employment. Now, if we decompose the GDP growth rate to different parts, like domestic consumption, export demand, or investment, and it's clear that weak domestic consumption slow down the overall economic growth, especially this last year. Now, if we move on to trade, and I think we're already seeing some discussions on that earlier, trade growth has slowed down since the global financial crisis. And this is true for both exports and imports, except for a recent uptick in 2020 during the pandemic. Now, what about the US-China trade, right? Amid the US-China trade war? Well, if you look at the exports to the United States, not surprisingly, you see a very heterogeneous pattern, okay? This figure, actually the following few figures are taken from Chad Bond's recent article, and that shows if you have to look at China's exports to the US based on the exposure to the US tariffs. The bottom curve is the US, is the exporting industries most hit with US tariffs, 25% tariff. And you can see there, right, there has been a dramatic decline and a slow recovery, especially compared to US imports from the rest of the world. And if you look up, right, the second curve from the bottom is the industry that were hit with less than 25 or 7.5 average tariff. And there the decline was more moderate. And then there are also industries that were never hit with a tariff. And there you can see the trend, the trajectory follows pretty much the US imports from the rest of the world. There's very little decoupling going on for that kind of category. Now, if you look at industry by industry, right, for IT hardware and consumer electronics, where there has been, right, 25% tariff or steep tariff, and you can see the divergence of the imports from the rest of the world versus from China, especially for the top industry, and that's IT. And you can see there is a lot of substitution, right, away from China and to Mexico, for example. Okay, but then if we look at other industries like laptop and monitors, there's very little decoupling going on there, right? It's not really affected by tariff. And then phones, including smartphones, that's interesting. It's never really affected by tariff, but there is still some evidence of decoupling as some smartphone companies moved away from China, like LG, like Apple setting up a new factory in Vietnam. So there is definitely a substitution between China and Vietnam, even though the industry was not directly hit by a steep tariff. And then video game consoles and toys, not hit by tariff either. They were spared because the announcement of tariff was too close to Christmas, the shopping season. But nevertheless, you see some decoupling going on. I think, that suggests it's not just the tariff itself that can affect trade patterns, but the uncertainties can have an effect. Okay. And then finally, electric vehicles. I mean, some of the discussions this morning talk about the electric vehicle industry, and you can see here, China actually increased its exports to the rest of the, or to the United States actually, including and the rest of the world in that category of batteries for electric vehicles. Now, what about the overall pattern? So this chart comes from Penny Goldberg's slides. And here, the horizontal axis is the US tariff on China, okay? And the vertical axis is China's export to the United States. And now, not surprisingly, you see a negative relationship between the two, right? The higher the tariffs, the lower the exports to the United States in the last few years as a result of the tariff war. Now, what about the US exports to China? Similarly, you see a negative relationship as a result of the retaliatory tariff by China, right? China responded with retaliation tariffs. And there you also see a negative relationship. US exports to China have also fallen. But notice that the slope is steeper than the previous chart. And I thought that is an interesting observation if you look at the sensitivity or the reaction to tariff. Now, how have all of these tariffs and reductions in Chinese exports affected the Chinese businesses? Well, it's really hard to evaluate the impact, right? Because the data can be lagging. But one of my co-authors, David Shore, has done an analysis using the light nights, okay, the nighttime lights, and they find that the impact on the Chinese economy concentrates on the upper 70% or above of the economy. So the vast majority of the society or the economy has not been affected by the reductions in exports or the tariffs, but the very top sees about 5% decline in the economic activities. Okay, so it's very concentrated impact felt by the most exposed part of the economy. Now, what about FDI? I know my fellow panelists will talk about trade, decoupling, GVC, and FDI. So here is what aggregate FDI looks like for the Chinese FDI inflows. And you can see it remained fairly stable, okay, during the last decade or so, with an uptick in 2021, though I think that's probably driven by Hong Kong, inflow from Hong Kong. And it's worth noting that some of these increases, slight increases in FDI inflow was driven by companies from Germany, for example, the BASF chemical giant from Germany, whose CEO is also in China at the moment with the visit. Okay. And then if you look at the categories of the FDI, similarly, you see a trend, right, where services are accounting for a larger share, okay? And this also is, it's probably not surprising given the whole economy is becoming more service-oriented. And also in the last few years, China has eased some of the restrictions in service sectors, including finance and insurances, and that coincides with the trends as well. Now, one other feature or characteristic of the Chinese FDI inflows is they are becoming increasingly domestic, in the sense that they are sourcing more inputs domestically. You can see the declining import share of the foreign multinationals in China's total imports, as well as the declining share in Chinese exports. So the foreign multinationals in China have sourced inputs increasingly domestically and have increasingly sold more domestically. So this is indirect evidence to support this sort of decoupling or China plus one value chain trend. Outflow, which I think Stephen is going to talk about, has slowed down after 2016. Okay, and that's kind of interesting, and we have not seen a recovery, right? Despite the discussion on Belt and Road. And then quickly, we have not talked about this topic so much in the previous two panels. And I think it's worth noting an issue that a lot of economists are thinking about today, and that is the debts, right? And a lot of us know that the non-financial corporation debt in China has been fast rising, and in fact has exceeded 150% of GDP. And we think that is the SOEs have accounted for most of the growth, especially the non-listed state-owned enterprises. Now, when you talk about that, you need to talk about real estate, right? So this is a quick chart showing the importance of real estate and related activities in Chinese macroeconomy, right? If you include everything together, that accounts for about 25 to 30% of China's GDP. Okay. Now, a lot of us know that there has been, excess housing stock in China, right? Overdevelopment of the property, and this phenomenon actually is particularly pronounced in the third-tier cities, while a lot of research has been focusing on the first and second tier. Okay, so the biggest bar here is the third-tier housing stock, and the figure below it shows that that's actually where population is seeing a decline. So this exacerbates the surplus in the housing sector. And this is seen also in the housing price, right? The housing price in the third-tier city is seeing a quite a declining trend in terms of slowing growth. All right, now I'm going to quickly just talk a little bit about the challenges facing the Chinese economy at the moment. This is a measure of economic policy uncertainty. And you can see that uncertainty index, right, built by Nick Bloom and co-authors, suggests, we have reached peak during the pandemic, and now we're seeing a rising economic policy uncertainty again, at least as of the date of the data, which is actually early October. So I think this is going to be a key challenge, and this is obviously a very broad measure, which is related to both foreign policy, foreign economic policy, domestic economic policy, public health restrictions. It's a reflection of all the uncertainties facing the Chinese economy right now. Of course, the figure looks quite a little bit different when we switch the newspaper source to other newspapers, to mainland newspapers. So this is based on the South China Morning Post. Now, this is obviously reflected in the decline in consumer and business confidence, right? You see this big drop in the consumer confidence during the Shanghai lockdown in the spring. And then if you look at the surveys of the foreign multinationals in China, and you can see there is a lot of, these uncertainties are really delaying their investments or even prompting some multinationals to decrease their investments in China. Now, finally, technology. We have heard excellent talk this morning, actually, about technology. And you can see here, China is a big importer of integrated circuits, as well as actually rising exporter of integrated circuits. The deficits of China's trade actually have been declining compared to the previous years. Now, we have to talk about chips, I guess, when we talk about the technology. And you can see China's own chip supplier companies, SMIC or Huahong Semiconductor, have still very small share in the business. Okay? And how that's going to play out in the next few years, I think it's going to be critical for Chinese economy and also for the U.S. Chip Act. Okay? And a lot of that depends on the substitutability of the different types of chips, the 7 nanometer and versus the other types of chips, and whether there can be other sources of suppliers for the foundry machinery. And one thing I want to say is that how the technology is going to, which is a key word in the Congress report. It really is critical. It depends on how the economy can keep a vibrant private sector with what we're seeing in terms of the role of the state. And you can see here, the private enterprises play a dominant role in Chinese high-tech exports compared to the SOEs, which is at the very bottom. And then just last word about adjustments in debt and real estate. I don't think this is going to be leading to a domestic version of financial crisis because of the restrictions over the credit flows. But you can see that property and SOEs account for the vast majority of the debt here. And it's very important to watch the restructuring of the debt and the real estate in the next couple of years. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you very much. Steve and I are going to talk from the panel. Thank you, Maggie. Very interesting. Set the stage for us. I want to talk about economic policy after the 20th Party Congress. There's obviously a tremendous amount of uncertainty. That was one of Maggie's points. Let me introduce 3 things into the conversation. First, in the spirit of pessimism, that we've had all afternoon. I think I have to start with some bad news in that it's pretty remarkable, the competent technocrats who did not appear on the list of the Central Committee. So you've got a long list of competent technocrats: Li Keqiang, Wang Yang, Liu He, Yi Gang, Guo Shuqing. Basically, all of them are out, even though some of them had not really reached retirement age, or it's not clear anymore what exactly retirement age is. So that's an awful lot of talent. And when you think about the challenges that Maggie just outlined, having these experienced technocrats is very useful. Top leadership doesn't always listen to them, but it's good to have solid economic advice, and then you make your political decisions. Well, we're not going to have solid economic advice coming from the group that I just mentioned. If you look at the 20th Party Congress report, the word economy may appear a fair amount, but I would say there's not really a lot about economic policy in this kind of document. You don't really learn about what are the detailed policy plans coming ahead. I think the one most concrete hint was the pretty strong defense of the zero tolerance policy toward COVID. Now it is possible in China to signal left and turn right. So we may be surprised with some easing of zero tolerance policies after March, for example, after the NPC. But certainly in the report and the commentary around it, you saw a lot of defense of the zero tolerance policy. And that's having a pretty devastating effect on the Chinese economy, frankly. In the surveys, the most recent survey of foreign businesses in China, the restrictions around COVID, that was the #1 concern of international companies operating in China. So it's hard to be optimistic based on the personnel, which is really the main thing that happens at a party Congress. Now, having said that, let me be a little bit more optimistic in that I think things are not that black and white, in the sense that I've never felt that there was very clear policy factions in China. So I emphasize the competency of the people I mentioned, but I don't see there being a particular reform faction and a non-reform faction, and the non-reform faction won the day and everything's going to be terrible now. I think that's that's unlikely. All of the Chinese leaders have a pretty strong streak of pragmatism. Xi Jinping is going to want the economy to grow. He's going to want to deal with many of these problems that Maggie was outlining, and he's going to have to be pragmatic in order to achieve some of that. He's going to have to be market-oriented. And there are plenty of talented young economists in China. So I'm sorry to see some of my friends retired out of the leadership, but hopefully there are lots of young people that I don't necessarily know personally who are getting ready to step in. I also think that we have this storyline. I have a little bit of a sore throat, so you have to bear with me. I also think we have this storyline in the West that Xi Jinping is anti-market, pro-state enterprise, statist. Everything's been going backwards. Now that's going to accelerate, and I don't think that's an accurate portrayal. While Xi Jinping has certainly thrown his support to state enterprises and put a lot of effort into industrial policy to build up their technical capabilities, which hasn't been terribly successful so far. But I would point out he's also taken China into the largest free trade agreement in history, which is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. So you've got a dynamic set of developed and developing Asian economies together in a very important trade agreement. He's also liberalized inward foreign investment. And I think that's reflected in the figures that Maggie was showing you, that China's liberalized the inflow, direct investment inflow in financial services, automobiles, and some other key sectors. So we already have evidence of Xi Jinping being relatively pragmatic and market oriented around certain issues over the last 10 years. And I think if he wants to deal with the kind of challenges we're talking about, he's going to have to continue to be pragmatic and somewhat market oriented. I would also say that one of the policies associated with Xi is so-called common prosperity. In my view, this is not really a well-defined phrase. It could mean any number of things. You know, it could mean being mean to billionaires, you know, and making life unpleasant for billionaires, which, well, whatever you think of that, that's not an economic policy. But it could actually be turned in a good direction, because China has relatively low taxation of high incomes, relatively low taxation of capital, essentially no taxation of real estate. So if you introduce the property tax carefully, it can help deal with this excess investment in real estate, and it could be a source of revenue for local governments, which in principle could be used to enhance social services and the safety net. So the thing about a phrase like common prosperity is it doesn't have a lot of content. So in fact, you could take it in a positive direction from my point of view to address some of the social and economic problems that China faces. Now, the second point I wanted to emphasize in the conversation, and it builds a little bit on things Maggie already said, is to talk a little bit about US-China trade relations. And as Maggie said, despite the US having high tariffs on about half of what we import from China, actually our trade continues at a very high level. I'm a bottom line kind of guy, you know, and the bottom line is the total trade between China and the US will hit a new high in 2022. And that's true in both directions. So we're going to have more US imports from China than ever before this year. And we're going to have more US exports to China than ever before. So it's not that much of a trade war if you're hitting new historic highs. But then if you dig a little bit deeper, I think there's not really a trade war, but there is a tech war that's very clearly visible in the data. So if you get into specific product categories, semiconductors being the most obvious, US imports of semiconductors from China are down by 50 or 60% compared to the peak in 2018. US imports of telecommunication equipment down 50 or 60% compared to the peak in 2018. So there's some very specific high-tech categories where the trade, particularly US imports from China, has dropped off, but also US exports of semiconductors to China, because we're sanctioning a lot of specific firms and we're sanctioning specific products. So for the firms in those areas, there obviously is some kind of war going on. You can call it trade war or you can call it tech war, but there's something very real going on. But it's quite striking that if you put those categories aside, the rest of the trade between US and China continues to rise. To me, as a social scientist, this is kind of an interesting, almost contradiction to have this high level of integration going on at the same time that we have this tech war and then lots of rhetorical tension and conflict going on between the two sides. Now, I have a note here that as an aside, you might wonder if the US is importing a lot less semiconductors and telecom equipment from China, then, you know, what's happening? Are we onshoring that back to the United States? Absolutely not. Not a shred of evidence of any of that. Are we nearshoring it to Mexico or Canada? You can't really find that in the data. Mexico's share of US manufactured imports is incredibly stable. So it may be happening in some specific factory, but it's canceled out by some other area that's shutting down, basically. The only real correspondence we see with China's share of certain products going down, the only real correspondence we see is Vietnam's share going up almost an equivalent amount. And if you add in a few other Southeast Asian countries like Malaysia, for example, Malaysia, Thailand, very soon you see some essentially replacement. So as Maggie intimated, there definitely is some reallocation of value chains, parts of value chains out of China to places like Vietnam. Now, the last thing I would add to that, Maggie, is that when we go to the value added data, what you find is that what the US is importing from Vietnam has a very high China content. And that's increased dramatically in the last 3 years. So you definitely have a reorganization of value chains, but it's not as simple as people think. You have Chinese firms shifting factories to Vietnam, sending equipment and parts, and then you have the Vietnamese operation usually doing final assembly and the product coming to the United States. Solar panels, another great example of what's going on. So there is some adjustment in value chains, but from an economist's point of view, I would argue it's pretty minor. US and China, first, ostensibly, we trade a lot. And then when you dig a little bit deeper into the value added data, we trade even more because a certain amount of that is happening via Vietnam or Vienna. And I'm not talking about some kind of cynical relabeling operation. I'm talking about, real investment. You do the final labor intensive step in Vietnam, and that's actually economic. It was probably going to happen anyway. And this tension between the US and China is encouraging that. Now, I don't want to go on too long because we had a very vibrant Q&A session in the last panel. So let me just say the third point I wanted to make, it's kind of more of a question. Is this situation sustainable where we actually have a high and deepening integration between the US and China? And yet, on the surface, we have a Cold War going on. And, we have very important issues. I think China's support to Russia, basically a big mistake. You have other issues we can argue about, but, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Xinjiang, etc. So it's possible that what we see is just some momentum carrying on temporarily, this high level of integration, but that eventually these differences between the US and China will provoke us to really seriously decouple, which we're definitely not doing that so far. Patty Kim in the last panel had this phrase about we don't want to stumble into conflict. And my thought at the time was, we also don't want to stumble into decoupling. The official line of our leaders is that we're not trying to decouple wholesale from China. If we take that at face value, then you really need to tend to the relationship to try to prevent that decoupling, given that there are these legitimate security issues. And Bob Sutter emphasized there's a lot of bipartisan support for these high-tech measures the US has taken. We're not going to undo those. So the question is, can we sustain this strange equilibrium where many product categories we have deep integration, but then we have other areas that have been fenced off for national security reasons? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pick up with one of the points that Maggie left off with earlier, and that was sort of the slowdown in capital outflows coming from China. And I specifically want to focus on the Belt and Road Initiative and where it may be headed moving forward, but particularly in light of growing indebtedness in the world and within developing countries, and why sort of China's approach to date to indebtedness is quite significant, particularly when we compare it to some of the more traditional Western approaches. And so we're kind of end with a discussion of, to what extent should China continue moving forward with bilateral discretion with some of this debt restructuring forgiveness, and to what extent might it be better off going multilateral? So to open things up, if we think of the global financial crisis, effectively, a lot of Western lenders started to pull money out from multiple places in the globe including my area of specialization, Latin America. China viewed this as an opportunity. Right? Not only was credit expanding domestically, but China took the opportunity to expand credit internationally. Right? The way they did this was very important, because traditionally, if we think of capital moving out from the West into developing countries and emerging market countries, quite often that capital was private sector oriented or coming from multilateral institutions. As a result, policy conditionality was a very key feature. And that policy conditionality was a way of mitigating risk, right? For the multilaterals, helping ensure countries paid their debt back, and for private market actors, getting a sense for, okay, well, there's going to be good governance and budgetary balances, and as a result, debt repayment would be more likely. Now, China had a bit of a different strategy, right? Has huge savings domestically, funnels the savings into two key policy bank actors, both China Development Bank as well as Export-Import Bank of China, where historically, China had used a lot of reserves, right, in order to keep its currency very competitive and keep its exports very competitive. We see with the global financial crisis, China starts shifting instead to promoting infrastructure financing internationally through these policy banks and through eventually what we know as a Belt and Road Initiative. Now, the way they do this financing is really key because it's effectively a massive subsidy coming from China's banking system, right? They're able to extend credit in relatively risky places historically because their policy banks were being funded by commercial banks at very cheap rates, right? The commercial banks would buy debt from these policy banks very cheaply, and it's rated AAA in its status as well, meaning, right, very cheap financing internationally. So, this looked really good for a lot of countries in the world for a while, was a nice development opportunity. But, right, like anything in the world of finance, sometimes you have bets that work out, sometimes bets go awry. In the case of China, as a learning creditor, right, was having a portfolio where, right, there were both bets that went awry in places like Venezuela and then some, investments that were a bit better in other places as well. But, right, there's a lot of bumps in the road as a creditor. Why does this matter and why we're talking about this in the context of today is that one thing that happened is as China was encountering more and more sort of bad debt, non-performing loans, a commodity downturn, a global environment that was less friendly, particularly as we extend to today and we look at higher interest rates, a strong dollar, slowing economy internationally, higher inflation. This is pretty tough circumstances, right, for creditors, particularly those operating in emerging market countries. Effectively, this means that China has to think about how do we mitigate this risk? What do we do, right? Particularly coming back to Professor Shambaugh's talk earlier, where we hear, right, Professor Shambaugh saying, wow, China's image is at an all-time low internationally, right? You have lots of criticism of China's lending internationally, dependency, Barbara Stallings here, recently wrote a book on dependency with China. We have critiques about debt traps, ecological issues, poor governance standards. So there's a soft power issue emerging for China. What do we see since the BRI forum in 2019? China starts to diversify. More and more talk of multilateral initiatives. Even today, right, we see less and less conversation about the BRI and more conversation about the Global Development Initiative, the GDI, which is run instead, or it's basically the goal is the UN development goals, right? Sustainable UN development goals, right? Again, a focus on multilateral, an attempt to diversify. This sets the stage for the differences you could see between China's approach to lending, right, and debt restructuring, and the West. In the West, traditionally, when sort of debtors get in trouble, both domestically and internationally, generally, creditors eventually write down that debt, right? They take losses, and usually borrowers will go through some kind of reform, right? This is essentially, from a multilateral standpoint, what we see with the common framework, right? Which involves not only sort of traditional Western creditors, but also China, right? So we see China committing to these kind of issues multilaterally and participating in common framework, and before that, DSSI, with more of a multilateral emphasis. However, and this is the key point, China also wants the best of both worlds, right? Also wants to maintain bilateral discretion. How does it do that? How do you maintain bilateral discretion when, wow, there's a lot of debt emerging internationally and debt problems emerging internationally? What does China do? Well, one of its key policy bank lenders, that's China Development Bank, right, is rated a AAA bank, but it is not considered a government institution, right? It's considered a quasi-commercial bank. Why is this important? Well, that means that effectively China can say, well, there are these multilateral initiatives, but CDB doesn't necessarily need to belong to these initiatives because it's a quasi-commercial bank. So what happens? A place like Latin America, 90% of the loans, where do they come from? China Development Bank. So in Latin America, we see a lot of bilateral restructuring as a result. I'll give you Ecuador, just as one example, where Chinese policy banks between 2020 and 2022 extended almost $1 billion, or about 1% of Ecuador's GDP, in sort of principal deferments, right? Essentially restructuring, right, the loans in a way that makes it easier for Ecuador to pay back, but it's not necessarily debt forgiveness, right? It's certainly not a write-off or anything along those lines. We also saw coming out of the summer, their president once again lobbied for more extended bilateral debt relief through 2025, cutting interest rates on oil for loan deals, and also lengthening maturities, right? So trying to make it easier for Ecuador to repay its debt. Why is this important? Well, this is also what we see happening domestically in China, right? Evergreening strategies. Rather than writing off debt, let's bet that the economy will eventually get better and we'll hold on to these loans until everything improves, right? Obviously, there's a huge amount of risk embedded in that strategy. We shouldn't only pick on China because certainly in the 1980s, US banks did something similar with forbearance strategies initially towards their Latin America lending. But nonetheless, right, this means the embedded risk never goes away unless the economy turns, right? So ultimately, what's key here is then to ask the question, how, if, right, we might agree that sort of this discretion, bilateral structuring, opens things up to kind of financial instability, how can you make China's commitment to debt forgiveness more multilateral? And one sort of important thing I think to consider here is that if their diversification strategy is one to use multilateral institutions and multilateral relationships in order to kind of improve the image from soft power perspective of China, well, then why not use that play from China's perspective to increasingly pull them into the multilateral system? This has already been recognized. The fact that common framework was created was an attempt to pull China in. But I think from the Latin America case, we could still see with the amount of debt outstanding and current bilateral restructuring going on and the amount of instability that may cause, there's still really good cause to try to get China operating more on a multilateral level, not only within Latin America, but other places as well. Thank you very much. I look forward to your comments and questions.
Right, thank you. There's a lot to unpack there, and I'm gonna start with a question as my prerogative as moderator before I turn it over to questions from the audience. One of the things that seems prominent to me in the China situation right now is that China has been a growing economy for the past 30 plus years or so. It's had a few ups and downs along the way, but its growth has exceeded any expectations that anyone would have had 30 years ago. In 2008, there was a major financial crisis. And by that time, China had become incredibly connected to the rest of the world. One thing we know from countries that have become more capitalistic, more market-oriented, is that they suffer a business cycle. There are ups and downs, and China has never really suffered the down. A little bit of slowdown here and there, but not really very significant. And if any time was prominent where that should have happened or could have happened, it would have been 2008, 2009. But China responded with a lot of things in order to try to prevent that from taking place, including a ramp up of local investment, a turning outward in the terms of foreign direct investment externally, like with BRI eventually, and trying to maintain the growth of their economy, which they did, but they did it with investment rates that were unbelievable. 50% of their economy was channeled into investment, and that day has finally come to an end. They can't continue to grow their infrastructure, to continue to invest internally. Stephen, you gave some good examples of why they're having troubles with their external investments at this point. And it seems to me when I listened to the earlier talks today and heard about Xi's emphasis on shared struggle, what I hear in that is sort of getting the population ready that an economic downturn is imminent, and they're going to have to suffer the consequences of that along the way. Now, my view for a long time has been that China has sort of turned inward, and they have turned to state enterprises more and more as a method to try to control that process, that downturn process, to prevent it from happening. And so, okay, I'm going to stop with that analysis and turn it back to all of you and just ask, do you think that an economic downturn is imminent in China? And if so, or if not, if so, what do you think would be the ways in which China can get out of that or prevent that major decline from happening? Anyone anxious to take that question?
Well, I'm happy to jump in and start. So, China does have business cycle. I mean, I think of the business cycle as being a cycle around trend. And China's trend has been very high. So, growth slows down to 6% for a while, talking global financial crisis time. And that's definitely, a down part of the business cycle. Something like 20 million migrant workers were thrown out of work quickly. So, they felt the cycle. But you're not going to get negative growth until the trend, gets down significantly lower than it had been in that period you were talking to. But right now, they definitely are in one of those downturns that's taking their growth down. It was 2.5 the first part of the year. For the whole year, they'll do a little, they'll do somewhat better than that. But they're definitely in the downswing. And I think this is a crucial moment where it would take pretty bold reform to really, bounce back to a trend in the 5 to 6% range. And there's a risk at this moment that this is kind of a structural break where they'll come out of this to some extent, but really limping along at more like 3 or 4% going forward. And I don't want to, I don't want to give a long talk, but we touched on a lot of the elements in the 3 presentations. Financial reform to clear out the backlog of bad loans. I'm a big fan of hukou reform to get more people families moving whole into the cities. I mentioned how you could turn common prosperity in a good direction, and I'm probably the last person who still believes in free trade. So, I think I emphasize the RCEP, but there are plenty of other trade investment agreements China could be pursuing. So I think there's a lot they could do. Not to get, you can't get back to that 10% trend. That was a particular moment in development, but they could get back to a pretty healthy 5 to 6% growth, let's say. But I don't expect it because it would take the kind of bold reform that we don't really anticipate from this leadership.
And you're Stephen?
Yeah, sure. So I think Steve's characterization about China's growth pattern is very accurate. China went through a phase of export-led growth driven by the manufacturing exports to the investment-led growth driven by the infrastructure investment and real estate, and now to the service-led growth driven by technology and other services. And I think this is going to be the new, some people say new normal, and this probably is going to be the new normal. And we should not expect high growth rates to continue forever. And the question is, where is the new normal? Is it going to be 3%? Is it going to be 5% or somewhere between? I think there's some solutions. I mean, there are some policies that can be done in the short term to boost the growth numbers fairly quickly, and that includes the health, policy restrictions, the ease of traveling, the ease of exchanges. I think that's going to have a positive boost to the growth. it's gonna help with consumer confidence because consumers are not spending these days, not spending a lot because they are concerned about, that their income sources in the next year. So consumers can bounce back, but I think it's gonna take some time for businesses because there have been a lot of small businesses being affected by the pandemic, and that's gonna take some time to recover. So I think, there's a lot of uncertainty, but some of the uncertainties can be mitigated if the country decides to ease the restrictions over public health.
And I'll make a comment about sort of China's lending position internationally, and specifically one of the advantages China has is just a massive set of domestic assets, a huge financial sector. And so one kind of immediate change you could think of that would be effective would be to get rid of this subsidy underlying the policy banks, right? To treat that credit differently, as if it were private credit or something along those lines. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen, but what we do see instead is an effort to be more careful, I think, with capital internationally. So, for example, China's form of longer-term infrastructure financing or patient capital, I don't think is going away. I think they'll use that to break into strategically really important markets, right? So we've seen markets in Latin America and Argentina, like nuclear markets. If China really wants to expand its footprint, it'll still use that kind of deal. But that being said, we're also seeing much more of a diversified structure, right? Willingness to use private equity, willingness to kind of encourage commercial banks to help finance foreign direct investment and things along these lines as well. Efforts to work on project finance with multilateral partners, ranging from the IDB to the World Bank. And then even if you think about the way the IIB, right, the Asian Infrastructure Bank, does its lending internationally, it's a lot closer to the kind of governance framework that we see with the World Bank, right? So we're, I think, effectively seeing China trying to be a lot more careful with the way it spends its money internationally, but is willing to subsidize and take risks in markets that are very strategically important to China.
All right, thank you. Let's turn to the audience, and I think let's start on the left-hand side, and then we're going to move this way. We're going to do just one question at a time. Let's keep your questions brief, and let's keep the answers brief, and we'll get through as many questions as we can. Let me start with Barbara here in the front.
So I want to try and bring together the previous sessions this afternoon with this one. I don't know how many of you were here for the earlier sessions, not, but they were, the vast majority of the discussion this afternoon was on the US and China, with some pretty negative opinions expressed about China. Professor Shambaugh, who seems to have disappeared, snuck in some very short comments about the EU and China, but that was not the main focus. Professor Sutter was the only one who actually talked about developing countries. And he pointed out that most countries in the world by headcount are not as anti-China as the US and its allies. So I want to ask Professor Kaplan, how does this slowdown in Chinese lending and problems with debt negotiations affect this positive view that many developing countries have had about China up until now? Are they going to join the bandwagon, or do they have a patient view about China? What can you hypothesize about that?
Terrific, thank you. That's a really, really good question, one that's very thoughtful. I think the immediate answer would be hearkening back to a panel we had here last spring on the Ukraine crisis. And one thing we saw within that crisis, in a very similar way, that a lot of the major BRICS countries were staying a bit more neutral early on, right? So I think it's indicative of that same trend. In terms of, okay, now thinking of, well, many developing countries might actually assess, right, China positively. How do you square that with some of the negativity that we're seeing emanating from the US? And I think that there's variation, right, in part based upon what China has been willing to do, right? So I made an argument based upon economics that what China was doing with bilateral discretion was risky. Right? I'll make the opposite argument to say, from a political perspective, that's actually kind of a very prudent policy, right? The extent to which, for example, Venezuela There was a lot of lending, a lot of loans that went awry, and we saw public opinion in Venezuela switch against China over the period of many of those projects. For example, investments in railway, investments in refrigerators and manufacturing going bust, right? There tended to be kind of a souring opinion of China within Venezuela. Comparatively then, I would say that there's also, when we look at some of the restructuring that we see in places like Ecuador, it's indicative of concern about soft power, right? Not wanting sort of these cases to pile up, and a concern about preserving China's soft power image. So I'd say comparatively, if you look at the Ecuador restructuring with China, China's offered a lot, particularly to a country that relatively, right, it's a pretty asymmetric relationship, right? And so from a pure power perspective, so I think from that standpoint, there is sort of an acknowledgement that, wow, we need to think about, if we're going to be a rising power that cares about development, we have to think of the optics here. And so not surprisingly, even to call back what I mentioned before, the emphasis on the Global Development Initiative is very much along these lines, because it's a way that very easily, with the UN front and center there, you can sell development as well.
And the lending slowdown?
So yeah, so the lending slowdown, what I would argue is that I don't think that China has exited, right? I think that they've gotten more careful. It's been when I last talked to bankers in China, for example, as part of this my book project, all of the uncertainty of the world, right, and this was before COVID, made them a little more reluctant, right, to invest at that point in some Latin American countries. So I think what we're seeing is the reason there's all these different instruments created that I just talked about is that there's a desire to still have a commitment, but perhaps to do it a bit differently, right? To expand your channels, to use private sector channels, and not just big state-to-state deals.
Thank you, Randy Lieberman. What, if any, relationship may exist between China's desire to decouple either fully or partially from the dollar to what you're talking about in terms of lending, financing, X, Y, or Z?
One in particular?
Well, Stephen, you may want to come in too, but let me just quickly point out, it's a lot harder to replace the dollar than most people think. You understand this. It's based on a fundamental set of institutions in the US, deep capital markets, good property rights, open capital account, flexible exchange rate, relative, what we used to call relatively good governance. I hope that's still true after 2024. But so I think it's really hard for China or anyone else to replicate that, and that's why we see the dollar persist for a long time, even though the US makes policy mistakes, obvious policy mistakes from time to time. We've got those fundamental institutions. They're really hard to build.
I'll build off very quickly that institutional comment to just add a point about the BRI. And part of the reason and motivation that I think was behind the BRI as well was spreading and internationalizing the renminbi, right? Knowing sort of this comment in terms of institutional weaknesses, relatively, this is something that was waged against China for a long time. And so I think China's response is, well, maybe we could do it in sheer volume, right? And if we increase the volume of RMB transactions that's out there, well, maybe that alone will start to increase the volume of, help increase the volume of transactions that are used in their currency, right? I think an important caveat to this is to say that, well, through much of the developing world, you're talking about commodities still, you're talking about sort of dollar transactions for the most part. So you're setting up and facilitate maybe a future more internationalization of the renminbi, but you're coming from a pretty low point too, right? I mean, you're talking about the dollar, which is used, as about 50% of reserves or of global reserves or somewhere along those lines. And I think renminbi is closer to maybe 2 or 3% of that, 2 or 3% total. So that's a big difference. That's a long way to come.
We'll go here.
Thank you so much. My name is Steve. I'm first year PhD at SAIS, and my question is more about rebalancing the Chinese economy. Wen Jiabao said that 10 years ago, Xi still said that it seems like all his economic program is about rebalancing. My question is, I've been talking to some of my friends who are in the NDRC, and they're talking about a big effort, which is called improving business environment, something I think has been out there for years. But my question is just, I feel like the improving business environment part is just too insignificant compared to rebalancing. What do you think? Do you think this improving business environment is something big enough, or it's just something like it's not going to change the fundamental equation? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I should add that the improving business environment is one of the paragraphs in the report. So to that extent, it has been noted, or at least again in this Party Congress report. And I don't know how to compare rebalancing with business environment improvement. I think both are important, and I don't see them as a substitute. I think both are noted in the report. And the report also noted about reducing the negative list of the foreign investors, and also increase property protection for the foreign investors. And I think China knows the importance of restructuring the real estate sector and the debt problem. So I think these are probably going to be some of the priorities facing the government right now.
Okay. Next question, Kyle.
I wanted to pose this question to David Dollar. I'm curious to hear your sense of the current state of high-level contacts in terms of like a strategic economic dialogue between the US and China. This is something that in the past we might have thought of as a bedrock of potential trust and cohesiveness in terms of our shared understanding of priorities. And I'm curious if your reading of the report or just the things that have taken place over the last year lends you to feel like there's some reasons for optimism at that level, or if alternatively, the strategic economic dialogue is gone and unlikely to be replicated or encouraged in the near future.
Okay, thanks. So I helped organize 5 SMEDs, and I think a fair criticism is they became big, somewhat ceremonial events, and frankly, I think the Chinese side in the end mostly used them to just replace action with talk. So they became talk fests. So I think there are plenty of legitimate criticisms you can make. Well, we did make some important achievements. Americans tend to have very short memories. And at the beginning of the Obama administration, the big imbalance and the currency undervaluation, these were the most important issues. And in fact, during the course of the 5 years I worked on this, the imbalance went away and the currency appreciated. I'm still waiting for my bonus. So I think, but frankly, that's pretty straightforward macro stuff. You really just needed, Ben Bernanke and Tim Geithner in the room with Wang Qishan and Zhou Shuachuan, and you could, basically work out those macro issues. And then casting the net, very widely into so many different issues and bringing high-level people together at the same time. It was, it was a lot of effort that did not really generate sufficient results, I think. But now we've replaced it with essentially no high-level dialogue that I could see. There's talk of Xi Jinping and Joe Biden meeting on the sideline of the G20 later this month, but there's been no preparation. So there can't be any important breakthroughs. The way these things work is you have lots of discussion at the working level, the technical level, whatever you want to call it. And then, you get close to an agreement, and then you bring the leaders together to go that last, mile basically, and then they get the publicity of announcing it. Well, we haven't worked out anything. So it's, you're not going to have a successful summit. I still think they should meet, maybe to launch something, but definitely not kind of high profile and as complicated as what we were doing. I mean, the basic issue is given our roles in the world economy, our economic policymakers should be talking all the time, basically.
Questions, let's go in the far back there.
I have questions for Professor Kaplan. Yeah, I'm talking about like economy policy and foreign policy, like China going to emphasize internal circulations and also the economy slowdown. Is China going to lose its economy leverage to the regional countries like Indo-Pacific countries or also EU countries? Thank you.
So if I understand that question correctly, it's how does China's economic slowdown affect its foreign policy ties? I think, undoubtedly the way it engages internationally may change, right? So if I take an example from Latin America, right? If you think of what happened during the global financial crisis, China comes in with a lot of financial might and a lot of capital. Comparatively, that really helped the region be able to navigate that volatility. I think in a period of time where China, right, particularly you think of China coming out of COVID, there's not necessarily that same financial power to deliver and offer the region. I still think we see a high level of engagement, right? It just changed, just like I was talking about before in terms of the financial instruments change. We also see some of the dialogue changes, right? So there's much more conversation about health diplomacy and mass diplomacy, distribution of masks, investments in vaccines and things along these lines. And simultaneously, we see a lot more dialogue oriented towards technology, right? And building cooperation on that front as well, as I think we heard about earlier today as well. So I think that it's still, I don't think it changes the priority that China has for many nations internationally and vice versa, but it may change the way that it engages in its foreign policy.
Go in the back on this side, gentleman right there.
Oh, my name is Albert, first year undergrad Elliott student. My question is, recently I had a conversation with senior investor in Morgan Stanley in Hong Kong, and then they believe that Chinese will be imposing foreign exchange control policies, especially in Hong Kong, because of they want to take control not only social aspect but economic aspect over Hong Kong. So do you think it's likely for Chinese, especially Xi, to impose this kind of policies for Hong Kong? Thank you.
Anyone want to take that?
You want to take that?
So just about prospects for Hong Kong, and any guess about what China's intention is to take over economically?
Well, clearly China, Beijing is not, in my view, really honored the agreement it had with the United Kingdom and with the global community about various freedoms in Hong Kong. But having said that, my impression is the economic policy toward Hong Kong has not really changed. So you still have a very open capital account. They have a currency board system, which is legitimate exchange rate choice. I guess I'd be very surprised if Beijing tinkered with those fundamental economic policies and institutions. I think their crackdown, in a sense, was very much aimed at political issues, dissidents, etc., all of which is extremely important. I'm not minimizing it, just making a distinction. They seem to have left the economic institutions in place, and I think Hong Kong is continuing to be a really major financial center. You want to weigh in on this? Or?
I don't think I have anything additionally to add. I would share your thoughts, though, that I think it's very much politics first, right? And you're talking about Hong Kong as a financial center having a tremendous amount of success, historically, and even the currency board being able to withstand a lot of pressure historically, right? So I don't think that there's a lot of reason or rationale to change that from China's perspective.
Let's go right here.
So I have a question. I'm really interested in Professor Chen's slide, but since we only allow ask one question, so I'm going to target to that slide regarding real estate tier 3 trend. So if I understand correctly, you are saying real estate in the tier 3 cities is actually a driving force towards the entire real estate. And it's as a result of population reduction reduce, and another factor, sorry, I forgot, another factor is, sorry, what I'm trying to just ask, I just want to get more color from that perspective, and what is the cost of the surplus in the tier 3 cities for the real estate?
Yeah, so those slides were based on recent research by Rogoff and Young, and looking at the excess housing stock in tier 3 cities where there has not been enough attention. So the slow population growth or even population decline because of the outward migration from tier 3 cities to the larger cities, combined with excessive development of property, has led to this excessive stock of housing available. And now that is going to lead to a decline in housing prices. But because how closely the real estate sector is related to the banking sector and the property developer, and the nature of financing in real estate in China, as we all know, right? You pay the loan first, right? You get secure the loan, you pay upfront, and that's going to worsen the vicious cycle across these 3 sectors if the housing situation loses control, right? And that problem seems to be most pronounced in tier 3 cities.
Other questions? There's one over here on left. Thanks.
So I think there was a lot of pessimism at the 20th National Party Congress, especially with the loss of more market-oriented people like Wang Yang and Liu He. But I just wanted to sort of bring into the conversation that, just a few months before the 20th Party Congress, there were a lot of reporting in the Western media about how actually Xi Jinping is kind of walking back from a lot of this talk about common prosperity. Maybe a material evidence for that would be the settlement with Didi over the summer. And I guess what I specifically wanted to ask the panel about is about the appointment of Li Qiang. And I think on a more optimistic note, you could say, given his sort of experience in Shanghai and how he was widely perceived as a more kind of pro-business figure in sort of the Shanghai, and he worked in Zhejiang as well, which is more kind of the Jiang Zemin, more liberal environment. I mean, only a few years ago, he said that bolder economic reform was life and death for the future of both the Chinese economy and the legitimacy of the party. So I guess what I would ask you is, do you think that Li Qiang's appointment is sort of evidence of this trend before the 20th National Party Congress, which is that Xi Jinping has sort of learned from the initial mistakes of that first wave of common prosperity, and that he might sort of take a less of a double down approach, as maybe some commentators have said?
Well, that's a nice optimistic take. And there's a huge amount of uncertainty, so you may prove to be right. I did try to say, let's avoid painting these different leaders as sort of black and white in different policy factions, because I just don't, see these clear policy factions. I had a somewhat kind of institutionalist response to the list in that the premier, other than Zhou Enlai, who was the first premier, they've always been someone who was vice premier first. And this is a vast, complicated bureaucracy. I mean, I have a lot of funny stories about, working on China, where you meet like a very senior leader and you raise a specific issue, and they say, well, that sounds reasonable. Why don't you go and talk to this minister about it? You had a sense that basically, you had a somewhat feudal system where, this minister was responsible for that, and the top 2 or 3 people were not really going to overturn that. So I think it's a complicated system, and that they had good candidates. I think there were at least 4 candidates who had previously been vice premier. So that was just one of the things that struck me, is they basically went around them and chose the party leader from Shanghai, who's somewhat business oriented, as you say, but most recently he's known for the 2-month crackdown. He's pretty unpopular because of that. So that seemed like a very deliberate choice on Xi Jinping's part. But he may prove to be, more market oriented reformer than some of the other people I mentioned.
Are there any other questions? So it's winding down to the end of the day here. We'll take one more over here, Sunil.
This is a sort of a big picture question to all three of you. China's in the middle income. And we know that when countries try to get out of middle income, the nature of development is now different, right? We're looking at the greater complexity of development. It can't just be real estate. You need to have, think in terms of much greater expansion of post-secondary education. Already services are becoming more important than manufacturing. So the nature of development changes. Now you're looking at regional networks, how cities are organized. You want greater innovation, you want greater knowledge transfer. That naturally requires a greater openness to interaction, networks, and so on and so forth. And the question is that, and David, you mentioned that a lot of the economic technocrats were not promoted to power. So how do you square that? And in some sense, if China wants to get into high income status, there has to be a fundamental reorienting of the way we think about development in China. And is that taking place, or is that will create political problems, because then issues of corruption and inequality and all that become much more important.
Well, as you know, shockingly, few countries have actually developed. We're excited when countries go from low income to middle income, and that wipes out extreme poverty, which is quite important, and it's a major triumph. But then the number of countries that have actually made it to high income is pretty small. And then some of those are like oil states, just sitting on a big pile of oil. So forget about them. So you're really talking about Western Europe, North America, and Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore. So it's not a trivial list of countries, but it's a pretty small list. And the Asian countries I mentioned, they're all pretty homogeneous. Singapore, not so much homogeneous, but a lot of special factors. Korea and Japan, extremely homogeneous. So in some ways, it would be surprising if China could actually reach high income. But I think for the next 10 years, the challenge is to go from where they are to kind of one clear step forward, which is possible. But I guess I'm skeptical they're going to really make it to high income, which we'll have to live toward the end of the century to find out.
So I just want to add to that. I'm like David. I don't make forecasts. I'm really not good at that. But I just want to say that I'm more hopeful about the continuing opening of the economy. Partly supported by the report, which emphasizes high standard opening up, and partly because of the China's attempt to join CPTPP and then RCEP, the role in RCEP, and now this week, the Import Expo, there's speech given by President Xi, and also the establishment of new trade zones, together with the Expo. So I think there are signs, I think, to hope that the liberalization or the opening will continue. Maybe not, expanded, but it will continue in the next few years.
That was an optimistic answer, Kyle. I'll give you one question, as long as you can keep it on an upswing here.
I'm going in a completely different direction, so I'm not sure. I was curious, one of the something that no one has discussed today, at least in my memory, is the question of India. We talk a lot about US-China, but I think we should not forget about India's role as either a competitor or a partner to China. Huge demographic trends, positive demographic trends in comparison to China in terms of the youth and their potential future growth. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on how you see Xi Jinping's third term and the report addressing the rising competition or collaboration with India and great power politics, maybe not just being US and China, but also including India over the next 20, 30, 50 years. Thanks.
Anyone?
I think that this is a very complex relationship, triangular or bilateral, which we probably need a different conference for. But I would say the fact that India left the discussion of RCEP probably indicates this relationship continues to be complex and it's probably competitive in many realms. But I'll let David.
No, I think it was a big disappointment that India dropped out of RCEP. And I personally don't think this economic framework of the Indo-Pacific substitutes for new trade agreements with trade liberalization. India needs a lot of trade liberalization. So, if you look very long term, you would expect India to be one of the biggest economies in the world. But I don't have great hope for the next 10 years.
Okay, why don't we conclude this session? I think it's been very informative. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. And thank you all for coming out.